We good? We good? We live? We Gucci? Huh? I wait for the lag to catch up with my questions. Yes, that's what we do. Oh, why are there so many buttons? You know, when I was a kid, I used to love buttons so much that, like, when I was like 6 years old, my mother actually made me a wooden box, and mounted into the wooden box was like 20 different kinds of buttons. We're talking switches, dials, push buttons, clicky buttons, like keyboard style, but all sorts of different buttons. I just really love buttons. I don't love them so much anymore, probably because everything has buttons on them, but when I was a kid, I loved buttons. Anyway, I did a weird thing this time, and I set these up on 2 different desktops. So I'm sitting here going, what's going on? Okay, here we go. Hi, I'm here. Sorry. I have no idea what you saw of any of that. But anyway, hi, how you doing? How is everybody? Make sure you guys have done the quests, because I guarantee they're gonna come up and we're probably gonna talk about them. And I'm still on metaphor controls. Oh god. And this is gonna be too loud, so I'm gonna turn you down. No, down. You can go away. There we go. I can hear Paimon. All right. Okay. Good. Which quest? Oh, all right, so quest spoiler thingies. Archon Quest. Make sure you have done the 5.1 Archon Quests. That's Acts 3 and 4. And yes, both of them, please. And then also, the thing is like, at this point, anything from 5.0 is fair game, okay? I'm gonna be talking about everything in 5.0, like, freely. Very freely. So if you haven't finished any of the world quests in Natlan, oh, I gotta turn this off too. Make sure that you're prepared for minor spoilers, because it will probably come up. We'll probably go to some forbidden locations, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I've also done days 1 and 2 of the event, the Sumeru event. But please note that in the West, or at least on the America server and the EU server, I think, day 3 is not out yet. So I don't know what happens in day 3. And I'm gonna assume most of you don't either. So we won't be talking about day 3, but days 1 and 2 we will probably talk about, although there's not a whole lot to talk about yet. I feel like they're setting up for something interesting, but the interesting thing hasn't exactly happened yet. So, how happy on a scale of 1 to 10 that the dragon was indeed a pet? I am so stoked. This thing is the cutest thing ever. Look, they're twinsies. We both got our little, like, green flittery things. Little feathers, little head feathers. Yeah, little head feathers. This is what I think Marak looks like if he wasn't in a, or if she wasn't in a box. Little little flowery dragon. What's happening with the VA strike? I actually don't know what the deal is. I've heard that they've gone into some negotiations, but I don't know what the status is on anything. I haven't been able to talk to a reliable source on the subject, so I have zero clue. Not a clue. Strike was extended. I'm not surprised. As far as the voices go, like, I'm also disappointed that there aren't any voices, but, like, I also understand why. I know that I know they moved Paimon's voice actor to a different recording studio after the last incident, because Formosa, who handles Genshin's voiceover stuff, they didn't pay them for like months without getting paid for their primary role as Paimon, and they didn't tell anybody, and it was like this whole thing. So they moved her to like, well, they moved Paimon to a completely different studio, so that's why Paimon has a voice. I'm gonna assume that Sayu, who does Sino, I'm assuming that he also is at a different studio, because He voices for several games. I'm not sure. But it's important to note that, like, it's the studios that are being struck, not necessarily the games, but, like, the games are also part of it. It's complicated. It also may have something to do with, like, when they record stuff. Who knows? I should actually equip some Natlan characters here, because that will make my life easier. Let's do that. Hold on. Hold on. Stop following me! Jesus. Okay. I've also been playing a lot of Metaphor ReFantazio, so, like, my controls are flipped in my head, and I keep hitting the wrong button for the wrong thing, and it's becoming a problem. Anyway. Yeah! So, isn't Sayu an indie VA, which is why they can voice act? I don't know. I know that he has some slightly different terms to his situation, but I actually don't know what the details are, so I can't comment, actually. Metaphor Game of the Year or not? Do I think it's Game of the Year? Okay, I think Metaphor is really solid. And for the record, I am in the last 30 days of the game. So I'm in, like, the end game mode where you do all the optional stuff before the final boss. So I'm right up towards the ending. I would say that it's a very solid game. It's worth the price. The writing is consistent. The characters are endearing, and I love them. I especially love Hulkenberg. She's amazing. Let's see. The gameplay is also really good. I think it's a nice mix of difficulty. They fixed a lot of the issue that you have with turn-based games where everything is, like, busy work, when you have to do, like, lots of little small battles. The overworld combat aspect to it is such a nice addition. I love that. There are aspects of the game that I am not as fond of. I'm not sure if I consider it Game of the Year, but I definitely think it's, like, really good. It's worth paying for. Like, it's worth the price of the it's worth the $70 price tag. I think it's $70 right now. In the US anyway. I mean, it's yeah. I think it is. I don't really want to get into spoilers. I won't say, like, the story's really amazing. Oh. You're punishing me for stealing eggs? What? That's a thing? Egg snatchers? Seriously? Okay. I don't think the story is, like, particularly amazing. A lot of there are some really nice twists here and there that you don't see coming, that I do like. But overall, it's a very basic and straightforward story. But because of its consistency, of its quality, I don't think that's a problem. Like, I don't think there's any real part except, well, there's one segment of the game where I kind of have, like, a little bit of a why did we do that kind of moment. But apart from that little hiccup, I think the rest of the game is very, very consistent, and that's honestly more important to me, because I hate it when, like, a game has, like, a really strong first, like, 3 hours and then the next 50 are super weak. You know what I mean? Or the game has, like, a really weak first 50 hours and then has, like, a strong last 8 hours or something. Like, I hate that too. I like when the games are a bit more consistent. I can deal with a simple, straightforward story if it's more consistent. But anyway, yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying myself. It's very addicting too, by the way. Definitely very addicting. Yeah. I'm also someone who's chronically underleveled, though, so, like, I think the one thing I don't like about it is the sheer amount of grinding that you kind of have to do to get certain archetypes, like the class system. But that's on me. That's more of a me problem. I hate grinding in general, so. The game? Oh, it's Metaphor ReFantazio. It's the latest Atlas game. It's a bit like Persona, but more fantasy. It's more of a blend between Persona and the mainline SMT games, in my opinion. They pulled a HoYoverse too, where it's like they chocked it full of references for like every single Atlas game. And once you find the first one, you start going like, oh, right. Okay. So if you play a lot of Atlas games, you'll get a lot more enjoyment out of it just because of that. But yeah, anyway, it's good. It's good. It's good for sure. So, that out of the side. That's one of the reasons I've only done, one Genshin video so far this patch, is because I've been playing Metaphor. And also, like, I'm really struggling to do 3 games, I'm realizing. So I have to rethink how I'm doing content in general. Because, the thing with every time you add a game, you're adding, like, another 10 or 20 hours for a 6-week duration that you have to spend playing a game, whether or not you actually have ideas to make content for it, right? So like last patch I didn't make one on Star Rail, even though I do have something I'm gonna make on it. I'm just gonna make it late, but that's probably fine. But like, it was long, right? It was a super long quest. There was a lot of stuff to do and go through, and I usually have to go through it a couple of times, you know, taking notes, looking up things, double checking, that kind of stuff. So like if a quest is 10 hours, like it's actually gonna take me 30 hours to go through it easily, because like I gotta go through it multiple times. And then you factor that out through 3 games, and like over a 6-week period, that's over like 90 plus hours of just playing the games, if not more. And that's not a lot of time for content. So there's like a weird balance I haven't quite figured out yet. You know what I mean? I'll figure it out. I'm still digesting, I guess. I think I'm gonna do like one Zenless video per patch for Zenless, and it might end up being that I do one Zenless video, one Star Rail video, and I may do 2 or 3 Genshin videos depending on the length. I think that may end up being what it ends up like, because what I'm doing now is not sustainable. Anyway, so right, chat, I should look at that. Hi Windine, thank you for the super. I am likely to be really quiet, not bugging you about the Scrap Princess. I keep forgetting about the Scrap Princess. I'm sorry. I am, honest to God, I am like a magpie. Okay, everything is shiny and ooh, shiny, touch button. Yeah, I keep forgetting about Scrap Princess. I really need to look that up. I looked up the wiki page for it. I had to start, and then I left the tab open, and that was as far as I got. That was as far as I got. I'll get to it, I promise. But I just had spine surgery yesterday, and I'm home. Likely not to bug you about SP. It's okay if you bug me about it, because I will forget. I'm someone who has to take care of things like immediately, or else, you know, yeah. But spine surgery, huh? That sounds like kind of a big deal. It seems like it went okay if you got home, yeah? Jeez. What kind of spinal surgery? I'm sorry, that's probably a little bit too nosy. But yeah, I hope it's a smooth road recovery. Hopefully it wasn't anything too serious. That's scary. Lathroscopic. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna look it up. Lathroscopic. Oh, okay. I see. Well, good. That seems like it'll be a fairly straightforward road to recovery. That should be good. Lots of time to play games and chill out, relax, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Bone spur digging into the nerves that run down the... Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, rest up. And Mendelin, thank you for the super. I don't see a message in there. I'm not sure if you meant to have one, but thank you regardless. If you forgot, you can just put it in regular chat. That's okay too. I know YouTube's interface isn't the best. Thoughts on Genshin having XPs and Honkai references connection? Do you like it? I don't think XP is quite the right term. It's I think other people have said variants. They've used the term variants instead. I think that's a little bit better. The way I see it is HoYoverse kind of uses their cast as actors. And those actors tend to get cast into certain types of roles. And that happens across their games. But that doesn't make them the same character. It makes them the same archetype, if that makes more sense. So I don't actually have a problem with this. There's actually quite a few authors and series that do this kind of stuff. I think the one that I grew up with that probably made me a bit more cozy with the idea is Clamp. Clamp did that a lot. They used to reuse their characters as actors all the time in different roles across their stories, which worked out pretty well for them. I can't really think of a couple others off the top of my head, but it does happen. It doesn't bother me that much. I think it would bother me more if the XPs or the variants themselves were more explicit. You know what I mean? Like if Mahuika was more Himiko than she is, like if she was called Murata, that kind of stuff, I feel like I might be like, yeah, all right, it's kind of whatever. But I do like the idea of a little bit more of a slightly typecast archetypes, because it does sort of give you a little bit of foreshadowing into what might happen. It might set up your expectations one way, only for them to get subverted later in a way that's not possible otherwise, which I think is kind of cool. So, you know, there's little things like that that can happen that I don't have a problem with, so it doesn't bother me. I think there are benefits to it. You know. Beyond being a version of Raiden May, why is Acheron lightning element or her whole deal is being connected to the nihility? I don't think that elements have anything to do with your path. Because, like, Welt is nihility. He's imaginary. I don't think that has any connection, really, to be honest with you. Pyrozukin, thank you for the super. Hello, love the content you made. Seriously, I could watch quite a few of your videos multiple times. Your voice is great. Thank you. I've learned to say that after many years of having bosses and teachers in school tell me I sound like a chipmunk. So that's nice. Fun fact, in middle school, my teachers used to call me Gur, like from Invader Zim, because I talked as fast as Gur and I was about as hyperactive and the same pitch. So it's a little surreal when people say they enjoy listening to me because of that. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're gonna dance like a monkey. I think I've cleared out Natlan pretty thoroughly when it comes to treasure chests and stuff, because I was at 100% in every region and I still didn't have that stupid ring for the canopy area, and so I've pretty much gutted this whole area. I don't know why I'm over here. I'm over here by habit at this point, I think, because I spent so much time wandering around in here. Isn't Murata her demon name, though? No, her demon name is Habarim. Also known as I'm, A-I-M or A-Y-M, depending on your spelling. Doesn't matter. But yeah, no, her demon name is Habarim. It's going to be very interesting. I really hope we get to hear whether, like, what Xbalanque's demon name was. Or some sort of confirmation of whether or not he shared one with her. Because that would be really telling. You know what I mean? That'd be cool. Anywho. Spike Bebop, thank you for this super. How do you feel about the story was delivered in 5.1? Do you like Capitano more than 5.0? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna make a lot of people really mad. I'm gonna make people really mad. Okay. I find Capitano really boring. He's like extremely boring to me right now. And I hope he does something really cool. But right now he's like, oh yeah, I'm like some Conrian dude. And I fought in Natlan. Ha ha hi. And that's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole story right now. And I'm so bored. So I'm hoping they do something really cool with him, because as it stands right now, like, I'm so neutral on him. I, honest to God, forget he's here. And I know a lot of people really like him, which is why I wanted to preface that by saying I don't mean to make people mad. Like, just right now, as it stands, like, he's just very boring. So, apologies, I guess. I do think he's better than in 5.0 though, because in 5.0 he just showed up, he was just like, hi, bye. So, like, that part I get. I do think he's better now. I just still think he's super boring. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with him. Because, yeah. I'm more intrigued by Sandrone's friggin' single letter that they left under the carved out tongue of a dude in Fontaine than I am by Capitano right now. So. I hope I didn't make anyone too mad. Sorry. Diz, thank you for the super. Is Teyvat a continent or a planet? It is both. For now. Okay, so it is confirmed to be a continent. It is assumed to be a planet as well. Like, we know that the continent of Teyvat is on a planet. Because we've been called a planet before. I don't recall if we've ever been called the planet of Teyvat. But I think it's like, for now, that's kind of what we call it. I think there is a... I know there are other questions right now, so hold on a second. I know that there is a theory. This is I think it was a theory pitched by someone I know. They go by the name Parm. I think it was them anyway. But they pitched this idea that the continent of Teyvat is actually the lunar continent. Or like the, is the moon out? It's kind of moving a bit fast. Hey, look, you can see the broken one still. Hey, two sisters reunited. One's in a couple more pieces than before, but you know, still there. Let's get some planet-sized super glue. We're good to go. Well, that was ineffective. I'm waiting for the moon to come out from behind the cloud, and I don't know if it's going to at this point. Okay, so there's like this big dark splotch. Oh, it's now behind mountains. There we go. There it goes. So like you see these dark splotches on the moon? The way that Teyvat is shaped currently... hold on. The way Teyvat is shaped currently, which we can't really see that well from this, but like, it's not really shaped like normal continents. Like, usually when you play a game that takes place on like this one continent, like in the case of Metaphor, in the Kingdom of Uchronia, right? Like, it has a sensible shape. Teyvat has no sensible shape. Teyvat is the weirdest shaped continent, okay? It is shaped super weird. Super, super, super weird. So, Parm basically took this map and they overlaid it on top of this shaded sort of cratered region of the moon, and it lined up pretty well. And so their theory was that Teyvat was a colony on the moon. I think that's what it was. It's been a hot minute. So Parm, if you're here or watching later, pop a link maybe. People can follow up later. I think they posted it on Reddit, which you can probably find easily enough. So just to kind of extrapolate from that, because I don't remember if this was in their original theory or not. This is just kind of where my brain goes with that. I was thinking about the 3 Moon Sisters thing again. Hey, look, the volcano's erupting. Hi, volcano. I'm gonna go inside you one day, and I'm gonna burn. So because we have like this 3 Moon Sisters thing, right? I was actually wondering if the 3 Moon Sisters aren't supposed to be like 3 individual deities so much, but if there were in fact 3 lunar colonies or 3 planets, 3 different moons, right? 3 different lunar colonies, one on this shattered moon, one in the moon that we see in the sky, providing that one is not actually fake, or maybe it is, I don't know, and then the one that we're actually living on. So maybe we'll only ever see 2 different moons because we are the 3rd moon, because maybe the Earth has been completely destroyed at this point, who knows. But I was wondering if it might be something like that, if like the cosmic threats that we're facing might be so grand that they can result in a completely destroyed planet. Either that or Teyvat is just Earth. One of the reasons that the lunar continent thing kind of takes a little bit more weight these days is because where is it? Hang on, I'm thinking. Where's the thing? If I was a thing, where would I be? I don't think it's this one. I don't think it's an inventory book. Oh, it must be an archive book. There's a... Or was it? I can't remember. There's an instance where Wahakluun Ubakan is talking about the lunar continent and the Newark stones. Newark stones are like this weird American conspiracy thing. And I can't remember where it is. I cannot remember where it is. Oh dear. I don't know if it's this book or not. I feel like it's in a different source altogether. I don't remember where it is. I have to go look it up. But basically, Wahakluun Ubakan kind of like just goes off and talks about Newark stones and the lunar continent. And the fact that they're even mentioning it now kind of just gives more credence to the idea that Teyvat might be the lunar continent itself. So I don't know. I don't remember where the frig it is. It's somewhere. That's not helpful. I feel like it's like is it in a weapon? I feel like it's in a weapon. The question is it a weapon that I have? Because otherwise I have to go to get the wiki, and that's like a whole thing. That's like a whole... See, I don't think I have any of the craftables, and I think it's one of the craftables. I'm pretty sure it's one of the craftables. Is it? It's not this one, is it? No, I don't think it's this one. I don't think it's not this one. I think it's one of these craftables. I don't remember which it is. Or is it this one? Oh, this is the problem with new lore. I just never remember where it is. I don't think it's this one either. Maybe it is. I don't know. No, it's not. I don't know. I don't know where it went. I'll find it. I think it's in one of the things I don't have. Is it in Records of Hanan Pasha? Did I just miss it? Am I just dumb? But that's very possible. Did I just miss it? This is where dyslexia comes and kicks my ass. Are you sure? Are you sure it's this one? Maybe I should actually read it instead of skimming it. I don't see it. Oh, volume 3. Okay, that's fine. I'm just stupid. And I can't read. There, okay, yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay. Found it. Thank you very much. Oh, they speak of the lunar continent and the Newark Holy Stone. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Okay. That was the thing that kind of that was a very long tangent. Did I do the Wish Upon a Star quest? Yes, I did. Let me catch up on some stuff because I got really distracted and now I'm very behind. Oh dear. Oh my god. Make the AI chat summary go away. It's in my way. Oh my god. White Kaneko, thank you for the super. Jesus. Have you ever seen the Hebrew cosmology of the domed earth? It matches really closely to the false sky. It's got a barrier, then the abyss sea sky, then the actual heaven sky above that, along with sky pillars, underworld, and a chaos dragon. Yes! I have actually made a whole video on this topic, believe it or not. It's a little outdated because I made it like 2 years ago, but I did make it, and it was using a very similar structure. We're talking about the one that has the firmament, the Sheol, the gateway of heaven, and that kind of thing. The reason I had even gone on that that route to begin with was because I was actually wishing, and I realized that this screen, when you wish, you see this little like twisty bit thing up here that's creating this like tunnel of clouds as it comes down, and the stars come out from up top there. I realized that that looked like the gateway of heaven in whenever they draw the depictions of this thing. And I was like, oh, I wonder if the rest of this could apply. And then I just kind of spiraled out of control from there. I think it's my first world structure video. It's the first world structure series. I don't know if it's the first one because that was like a 3-part thing. I think it was the first one. I don't think I talked about the Chaos Dragon though. I don't think I would talk about the Chaos Dragon. That feels like it's becoming more and more relevant as we, you know, as we become more and more entrenched with these newfound cosmic horrors in the sky. So that's fun. I love me some cosmic horrors, lots of Lovecraftian nonsense, and there's more the more you look. I think Roosevelt found some more recently. I don't know if she's finished that video yet, but I was reading some of the stuff that she wrote the other day, and she found more stuff, and I was like, holy cow, that's awesome. So I'm not gonna share it because then I'll steal her thunder, and I don't want to do that. Also, I don't remember exactly which one it was because it was like, it's one of those things that like I am very surface level familiar with Lovecraftian things. Roosevelt has a much, how's the word, broader experience with Lovecraft than I do. So she picked up on a lot of other things that someone who only has that kind of exposure can have. Is this a little guy quest? This looks like a little guy quest. I'm gonna pin this for later. I want to record it. I still don't have all... There's so many! Anyway, thank you for your super, man. Highly recommend you you go check out that video. See if it's the one. See if it is actually the one you're thinking of, because a lot of the Abrahamic cosmologies are quite similar with the way that they've structured things. But yeah. Nilbit 5000! Thank you for the super. Hello, could you explain the difference between the Abyss that attacked Natlan and the Abyss Order? Also, am I still enjoying ZZZ? I'll answer that one first because it's easier. Yes, I'm enjoying ZZZ, but I'm very sad that the developers had this knee-jerk reaction to people saying bad things about the TV mode. And they just kind of removed it entirely. And it's one of those things that, like, you don't realize what it was bringing until it's gone. Like, the sheer extent of what it was bringing. So, I'm sad that's gone. And honestly, that has killed a bit of it. What? Huh? What just happened? God? Is that you? Thanks. Bye. That did kill a bit of my enthusiasm. Just a little bit. Not the Genesis crystals. Look at the birds. The removal of the TV mode. But, I mean, I still really enjoy the game as a whole. It's just kind of a difficult game right now to make content for me. Because I don't have a text map that I can search. So whenever there's, like, something I need to go look up and I can't remember exactly where it is, like, it takes forever to find something. Because I can't search for keywords like I can with Genshin and Star Rail. Because there's no text map. So I'm struggling in that sense. But I'm working on a Zenless video. I'll have one out before the next patch comes out. Actually, I have one out in the next couple of days. Actually, if I'm lucky, I'll have it out on Tuesday. On Monday or Tuesday. And then hopefully I'll get to a Star Rail one. But anyway, sorry. Can I explain the difference between the Abyss and the Abyss Order? The Abyss is a thing. The Abyss Order is a different thing. Now, the Abyss Order was founded by Clotar Albric as an organization that sort of preaches the power and gospel, so to speak, of the Abyss itself. So if the Abyss is like a place or an entity or a force, then the Abyss Order is like the priests for it. But they're kind of an independent organization. Actually, it's probably better to say, like, if the Abyss... Well, I would say, like, if the Abyss is a church, then the Abyss Order is, like, its priesthood. But that's kind of weird as well. Not sure if that works, but... I found one! Finally! Yeah, it's, yeah, they're not the same. The Abyss is like a big thing. So, like, the heart of the Abyss in this case, appears to be Yog-Sothoth. Goy-So-Thoth. Oh, try to say that 3 times fast. Goy-So-Thoth, which is supposed to be Yog-Sothoth. Oh, gotta say it slow. Which is like this Lovecraftian entity, that a gateway to the secrets of beyond the universe, that kind of thing. The thing about the Abyss Order is that they just kind of like all things. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the join request thing because I'm getting a bit annoyed now. That's too many. Apparently there's one in here. It's like a priesthood. Honestly, the best way I can describe it is just to call it a priesthood. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. I'm so stuck in metaphor land. We're not doing this today. Not today. Not today. I do accept join requests sometimes, but not today. Not today. All right, where's the treasure? Here, treasure. It sure would be a pleasure to find some treasure. Excellent. I got really attached to Gallica. Hold on. I should just open a second window. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Because I'm gonna... I have a problem where it's hard to see all of the chats and then I get lost. But there's probably a hack for this, which involves... Come on. Load, please. Load. Oh, okay. All right, apparently I can't do that. That sucks. Okay, hold on. We'll just go in here with a different account. It's okay. I can do that. There we go. There we go. Cool. Better. Love it. Awesome. Okay. You think there was a Yog-Sothoth character in ZGZ? There was. Indeed. There is. There's also a Cthulhu in GGZ. A whole Cthulhu series. Oh, there's something I wanted to show you guys, but that's going to require me, like, setting up a different window so I can open a browser. I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to do that right now. What I will say for I will say that there's a lot of connections between Honkai Impact and Genshin Impact, right? Not just the Impact portion, but I will stand by the statement that I think there are more references in Genshin to Hokai Gakuen, also known as GGZ, Gun Girl Z, than there are to Honkai Impact. There are more, in my opinion. I'm not saying that it's like a retelling or anything. I'm not gonna say anything like that, but looking at Hokai Gakuen and looking at GGZ reveals a lot more about certain roles that Hoyo has cast than, you know, than looking at Honkai Impact. I'll tell you what. Let's go through the current questions that I have in my queue really quick, and then I would like to, I'm gonna swap from the game. Oh, look, a chest. I'm gonna swap from the game to a browser for a little bit, because there is something I want to show you guys that I did not include in my last video, even though I was kind of like alluding to it. I cut so much out of that video. Like, you guys have no idea. Like, that thing is about 68 pages. The original theory. The final one's about 33, something like that. Like, I had a lot of cut content, so I didn't... There's some stuff I want to show you guys. I'll put it that way. The 10-minute video. Yeah, the 4 10-minute videos in one thing, the bundle. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so we'll do that. But let me get through the people who've already asked questions. I wanna do those really quick, because if I go on this tangent, it's gonna take a while. Whoa. That was uncomfortable. That was a rope right up the butt. That looked painful. Hey, look, there are more chests in here. Anyway, we'll do that. Thick thighs save lies. Thank you for your super. Please forgive me for not reading it out loud. Because, yeah. Just forgive me for not reading it out loud. I will say that it... Oh, hey, look, a chest. I will say that when you wrote that, the first image that came to my head was the fact that she has a zipper. Mahuika has a zipper that goes down between her legs. And zippers are not particularly flexible or sturdy or reliable. And she's quite athletic. And I'm just baffled at how it doesn't snap when she walks or kicks somebody. And considering it's like a biker outfit, if she was to ride like a motorcycle, that would be the most uncomfortable thing in the world to wear. I'm just saying. Anyway. Zippers. They do not belong down there. Nope. No, 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 no. Tibet has its own laws. They have their own zipper technology too, man. Patent that, you'll be a millionaire in a week. All right, but what am I looking at? Where's my chest? Ah, hello, beautiful. Yeah. I got 5 whole gems for that. I feel like the whole fake sky thing is most likely a protective bubble. It's like a restriction with Celestia's placement. Yeah, of course it is. It's a barrier to prevent things from coming in or out. For sure. I will not refute that. Windine, thank you again for the super. Oh, this is the continent planet thing is set up like in Scrapped Princess. Yep. The show that I will watch. I promise. I'll get there. Yeah, I'll do it. That was a conversation for a while ago. Sorry. Sorry about that. Whoa, I'm stuck. I'm not a very good Spider-Man. I don't know where my chest is. Oh, it's over there. I could just look at the map. That's what I could do. Anyway, I'll look at it, I promise. Eventually. Eventually. Rennick, thank you for the super. Do I think Kiana was the OG Trailblazer? No, I don't. Kiana is most likely more related to finality than the Trailblaze. The Trailblaze isn't really her style, like thematically, narratively. It's not really her thing. I know she has a train and all that, but the thing is, I don't know if you saw my Star Rail video that I made on the Eons where I was postulating the idea that all Eons came in pairs and that the Trailblaze was opposite finality. I think it makes more sense for Kiana to be a finality than it does for her to be a Trailblaze. But for her to be related to trains still through being Terminus or being related to Terminus would make sense to me personally. That's kind of where I'm at with that part. Given that Honkai Impact and Honkai Star Rail just had a crossover, where they were kind of like implying things about eons and stuff, I am wondering if that is something they might even do literally. I don't know how I feel about that being done literally, but you know, it's a thing. I don't think she's the original Trailblazer though. Ari Oni, thank you for this super. I was meant to ask, do you ever have any thoughts about the Ball Royale, a web event from Star Rail where they mentioned Tibet? That is not a real event. That is like that is one of the most brilliant pieces of HoYoverse work that I've seen done in the history of ever. And for some reason, like it's so well done that everybody thinks it's real. The thing is as far as I know, it's not official in any capacity. I think they were just commissioned to do something for HoYoverse, and that's something that they did. They did the crossover piece. But having worked with HoYo on several commissioned projects, they don't actually give you any sort of material to work with. So it's not wise to assume that anything that's in HoYoverse is somehow more canon than anything else. At the end of the day, it's still a fan work, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So like, I don't think about it at all, except when people bring it up. Because most of the time when they bring it up, it's because they think it's like real official stuff where Tavata's been mentioning Genshin and Hilichurl horns are part of a cocktail. And it's not actually the case. I hope I didn't burst your bubble on that one. But that's it. That's yeah. Mona's Catalyst, thank you for the super. Hello, love your theories and one day want to do my own. I'm curious if Capitano has the old craftsman, that old craftsman, could he forge the traveler's ancient name? Are you talking about the old craftsman from oh shoot, what is it? The Claymore. No, sorry, Unfinished Reverie, the artifact set. The burning one. Are you talking about that one? Because, like, I don't know that he's a craftsman. I've never thought about him in that way, so I actually don't know if there's any evidence or support for it. I honestly don't know. Honestly don't know. I'm gonna be thinking about that now. The seed has been planted. That would make him a little bit more interesting. I still think he's boring. I still think he's boring. But could he forge a traveler's ancient name? I don't think he can forge ancient names, though. I really don't. I feel like if he could, things would be a little bit different. How do I put this? There's too many unknowns right now about the captain for me to be able to say, or even to be able to hypothesize accurately about what could or could be, because there's just too many unknowns. Like, it looks like he has a night soul, but that might not actually be a night soul. It seems like he might have a deal with Renova, but we're not really sure what form that takes. You know? And then when you carve an ancient name, you need to be able to use phlogiston. So the question then is, can he use phlogiston? And if he can, then that raises a lot more questions, like, can all Conrians use phlogiston? Or is that something that he learned how to do? Because, you know, like right now, we kind of only know phlogiston as something that people of Natlan can use. And the Traveler. But the Traveler's, you know, a special boy or girl. Very special person. A special little angel. So they don't count. I'm not sure. He learned, no, he can do Master of the Nightwind abilities. I don't think the Master of the Nightwind abilities are, like, particularly restrictive, though. Like, you can learn spells from different areas. It's like, but there are some things that you might need a certain affinity for. I don't know, but this is kind of what I mean. Like, there's too many unknowns. Like, we don't know enough about the Nightwind's abilities in order to be able to say, like, oh, if he can use it, then it means this, and if he can't, then it means this. You know, like, like, there's too many unknowns around the circumstances in Natlan to even be able to theorize about. It's too fan fiction-y at the moment for me, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know how else to put it. Oh dear. I can tell how much people want to see the GGG stuff because they keep sending me questions, which means that they don't want to see it at all. We'll probably do it towards the end of the night, I guess. I don't think they'll forge the travel. I don't think Capitano will forge the Traveler's ancient name. Okay, so the one thing that would make Capitano really interesting to me, or like appealing as a character, is if Roosevelt's theory about him comes true. She made a video like I think a week ago, I think, if my sense of time is not totally skewed, about what she thinks his role will be, and I thought it was a really good and solid theory. And I think it would be really cool if it happens. But it would involve not him making an ancient name, but how to put this? Not so much an ancient name. I don't really want to spoil her theory, but I also want to like give you some context. Okay, so the amount of context I'll give you, because I really do want you guys to watch the video because it's actually really good and it's a very solid theory and I quite like it. But the crux of the idea is that, you know how in the teaser trailer, Mahuika like says, "Are you brave enough, or are you willing to participate?" I can't remember exactly what she says, but she kind of like taunts him into participating into the competition. And the interesting thing is that he was never brought into the pilgrimage or the competition or anything. And so the crux of the theory that Roosevelt put together, again, not mine, was that what if at the end of Natlan there's another pilgrimage and Capitano is taunted into that one and he wins and becomes the next Pyro Archon, but because he can't die, shenanigans. You'll have to listen to the rest of her theory to actually get full context, but like that's kind of the idea. I think that would be quite interesting, but that doesn't really involve him being able to carve an ancient name or anything. But if he were able to do something like that, if you were able to participate, if you were able to win, if you were able to even temporarily become the Pyro Archon, there's a lot of things that that would open up, you know. I think anyway. So, but you should go watch it. It's good. It's good. It's yummy. It's like the one theory that I think would make me like Capitano. Okay, I don't know why I'm back here again. I didn't mean to come back here again. I think... Oh, actually, Basin of Unnumbered Flames, I still have a couple % to go. So I guess we're fine. I guess we'll just wander around here. Spike Bebop, thank you again for a super chat. After 5.1's Archon Quest, have your views on the Natlan characters changed? I really like Shilinen in this quest. I love Shilinen. I love Seatlali. I like Ororon more than I thought I would. He's not my kind of character. Like, I'm not enamored, as I think many people are. But I do... My opinion of him has improved greatly compared to the first impression that we got from the teaser. So I think that's nice. Kenichi is like this weird... I don't know what they're trying to do with Kenichi, honestly. Like, he feels very... He feels like he's supposed to be important, but then just isn't right now. And I find it very confusing, so I don't really know what to think about him right now. My opinion on Mulalani hasn't changed that much. My opinion on Kachina hasn't changed that much. Mahuika has improved, I think, in my opinion. Like, I feel a little better about where they're going with her with that. I think they're actually working towards a nicer story with her. I was a little worried for a bit that they weren't going to do something interesting. Who else? Eonsen I've been very disappointed in. Not because of her, but because of her lack of screen time. My opinion on Chaska hasn't changed. I don't like her. I find her unsettling. I did think her little story arc in the 5.1 quest was quite good. You know, the death of her sister was tough. So, I mean, that was nice, but I mean... My opinion on her as a character has not changed. Is more what I'm saying. I'm in the wrong spot still. Why am I going in this direction? I did not want to go in this direction. I am directionally challenged right now. So I'm hoping Yeonsun gets more screen time because, like, right now she's gotten totally sidelined, especially for the character that's in travail, repping Natlan. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she should have so much more screen time than she does. And so many more lines than she does. And the thing is if the voice actor strike continues to go on, she might end up with, like, no lines. I mean, she'll have, you know, unspoken lines, but, I mean, it would still suck. I'm not prepared for this. Aoife looks like he might be fun. If you guys don't remember, Aoife is Auroron's buddy. He looks like he might be more like a Crocodile Dundee kind of character. which would be kind of fun. I wish he had more of an Australian accent. But, you know, take what you can get, I guess. I would have greatly preferred an Australian accent, though. Let's see. I can't think of anybody else right now. I can't think of anyone else. Give me a himbo. I think he's got pretty good himbo potential, Aoife does. Aoife feels like a post-AQ character. Yeah, he's definitely a post-Archon Quest character. He's probably going to be like some 4-star, or he's going to be like an Emily, you know? He'll probably be like one of those. Or he'll be a Kaveh. Ends up getting a lot of screen time and events and stuff, but like isn't present at all for the main conflict. If Weekend Capitano's really that strong, how powerful is the 7 Saviors of Conria? Yeah, that's kind of a good question. Kind of a good question. I'm gonna say they're probably pretty scary strong, honestly. Which isn't surprising, because, like, if you remember, Lumine, or, well, the Abyss Twin had a heck of a time fighting Dainslif. Like, they didn't even think they'd be able to fight him. Except under, like, really specific circumstances. So, I mean, considering that the twins are supposed to be basically god status, at least the Abyss Twin especially, I would say they're pretty powerful. You know? Oh, I do love, yeah, I said I love Shilonen and Silali. When I saw Shilonen in the teaser, I didn't know if I'd like her. But she's easily my favorite Natlan character right now. Easily. I like her a lot. I wasn't sure it was, but she's great. I have crowned her. You see, I've crowned her. I only give crowns to the good boys and girls that I like a lot. I don't give out my crowns willy-nilly. Takes a lot of time and resources and money. Not like I lack in Mora. I have a lot of Mora. I wish I had as many dollars as I had Mora. Now that would be something. I think I'm in the wrong height. Am I in the wrong height? Oh, nope, I found it. Yay, mine! Gimme, 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 gimme. Nah. C2 her now? No. I don't want to C2 her. I don't want to do that right now. I might do it on a rerun. We'll see. But she's plenty strong as is. It just feels unnecessary. I don't usually get cons on characters. The only cons I have on limited characters are Ito and Arlecchino. Arlecchino's was an accident. I got it like as a 10 pull right after I got her. So like it wasn't like I was really going for it. And then Ito, I have 3 constellations on because I was going for Kuki. And he was like, no. You're just gonna get a bunch of me instead. I was like, yep, okay. Oh, I did see 6 Wanderer. That's true. That's true. Wanderer doesn't count though, because like I said, I would C6 him if he ever came out. Like it's very unusual for me to get constellations on limited characters. He's like my one exception. He is one where I actively went for the constellations. That is true. Thank you for keeping me honest. Thank you for keeping me honest. I don't really have that much luck. I know you're thinking I have a lot of luck. I promise I don't. These are just accidents. Whenever I want to be lucky, I'm not lucky. So don't feel too bad. Definitely don't feel too bad. I get taken to 90 just as often as I get an early. And get taken to 90 and lose actually. Chris Neff, thank you for the super. Do you think the Traveler will become the Pyro Archon during the final act? I believe so, but they won't keep the power. Okay. I don't know how to... I don't know how to explain my thought process here, so bear with me for a second. I have a hypothesis. Not so much that the Traveler is going to become the Pyro Archon exactly, but how do I put this? Okay, all right. Okay, so you see these. You get one of these every time you max out the reputation for one of the tribes in Natlan, right? Now, there are 6 tribes in Natlan, which means that most likely this is a constellation material. And if it's a constellation material, then this is the first time the Traveler has ever used constellation material that is not the Stella Fortuna. Every other constellation they've gotten has been a Stella Fortuna. This is not a Stella Fortuna. However, this thing reminds me a lot of the Unreconciled Stars event, which I can't bring up images of right now, but the meteors in that remind me of this. And those were actual stars, not just like the Stella Fortuna, right? They were actual stars. And I've been thinking about this ever since I kind of realized that the Traveler's Brilliant Diamond Ascension item is likely phlogiston, like crystallized phlogiston. Ever since I realized that, I'm just like, I wonder if this blazing flint ore is also a type of phlogiston, mostly because I'm looking at the flames there and it has the same rainbow flame, right? And the other reason is that blazing flint ore, we got to go, hold on. We're going back to the archive, guys. Because here's the thing. Where's Hanapacha? There we go. Okay, wait, where's the phlogiston? Pyrophosphorite. You see this? Among these treasures, one of the most striking was known as pyrophosphorite. That was a crystal refined with primal fire in the depths of the Great Volcano, and its color was that of an ever-shifting rainbow shining with dazzling light. I've been thinking about this because I'm wondering if those flint ores that we have are the pyrophosphorite, right? And I'm wondering if they might just be like little baby star seeds, so to speak, in a fantasy sense, not like in a science sense, because that would be kind of weird. I'm sort of thinking about the Traveler becoming not an Archon so much, but I think that the kind of power that we get from this is going to be a little different. I think because the phlogiston is linked to all of the elements, there's a strong possibility that how do I put this? That the pyro powers that the Traveler gets, should inevitably get, is going to be the closest they can get to their original powers as of yet. I don't necessarily think it's like an Archon type of thing. I don't really know how to word it. I haven't written it down yet or anything, but like I'm just looking at this, like, until Wahaklu Uba Khan brought back the kindling of the phlogiston from the red and black land, and then I'm looking at the flint ore being like, it's red and black, it's filled with the rainbow fire, pyrophosphorite. That is a type of mineral, a rock, right? Well, phosphorite. And then the thing is, phosphor in this case can be related to phosphorescence, but also thinking of things like Hesperus and phosphorus, which is the morning and the evening star. And the morning and evening star is Venus, which is also related to Lucifer, the light bringer, right? And that's basically like what the Traveler is related to. So like the whole thing comes around in this weird full circle that I'm like, I have the pieces, but I haven't quite figured out the order to them just yet. So I don't know about Pyro Archon. I don't think it's going to be an Archon exactly. I think Archon Hood is a little different because the Archon Hood is connected to having the throne, right? So if they become the Archon, that means they're going to be the one who ascends to the throne of the Pyro Sovereign. The one that Mahuika is currently sitting on, and that'd be similar to the one that Focalors destroyed. Except hers was for the Hydro Sovereign, and then Nuvalet rebuilt his, right? I'm just thinking about it more in that direction. I just don't think they're going to become like an Archon exactly. I think it's just, this is as close as they can get to their original powers, because it's like their original source, right? And I am wondering if having access to the phlogiston of that level and maybe even that throne may unlock some memories. Like maybe we'll finally get the Traveler's last story. You don't know what I'm talking about, because I realized that that is a distinct possibility. Let's see. Ether, where'd you go, buddy? Where's my little Ether? There he is. Story. All right, look at this, look at this, look at this. This is super weird, right? We've had these unlocked since the start of the game. Character Story 3 is still locked. I think we unlock Character Story 3 here. I think this gives us memories. And then I think we get Character Story 4 in Snezhnaya, and I think we get Character Story 5 in Conria. And then there's going to be something that unlocks Loom of Fate as well after that. But we still have all of these locked. You cannot unlock these. But I think Character Story 3 will unlock. And I think that will give us more information on the character's backstory. So I honest to God think that because this looks like they're actually getting real star pieces that are close to like phlogiston, which is like the source of all elements, right? Or at least that's what it seems to be. I have to put that disclaimer there because it's still not super explicitly clear. Like I'm pretty confident on the theory, but like it's still a theory. The point that I'm trying to make is that I think this unlocks more than we think it does. A game theory, yes. I don't know why I want to say bottoms up after that. Fencer Dario, thank you for the super chat. Capitano, is Conrian confirmed? Why does the immortality curse seem to affect him differently compared to Piero and Dainsleif? Okay, so how do I explain this? Hold on. I think there are two possibilities, okay? Two possibilities for this. The first is that I think there's time dilation happening. Did I not just get a chest here? What the hell? Oh, wait, that says down. It says down. Never mind. We're going down. Going down, going down. Going up, going down. Going down it is. Oh, it might actually be like inside. Okay, hold on. I'll go around the other side. Okay, so two things. Time dilation is the first idea. The reason is because I'm pretty sure that, like, the Abyss itself goes outside of space and time. The whole Goisosoth thing kind of convinced me that this is probably the case, because Yog-Sothoth kind of exists outside of space and time, and that's who Goisosoth is based off of. So I kind of figure, like, it would make sense for the Abyss to be able to go outside of space and time. And also, because the last time we lost Dainsleif, we, I bet this is inside the thing, isn't it? Oh, I can't go in there. I was just thinking that, like, the last time we lost Dainsleif was in the chasm, and he was saying, like, hey, it seems like these portals that the Abyss travel through are almost like a tunnel network or a gateway network. And that got me thinking about how Hoyo has written Zenless Zone Zero, wherein hollows are like these black holes, basically. And the, oh my god, look at this chest. Where hollows are black holes, and inside of them they have hollow fissures, and all of the hollows link back to, like, the mother hollow. Like, the main hollow, right? And I'm wondering if the Abyss might be something a little bit similar, wherein the abyssal gateways that you pass through, that network, is essentially like, how to put this? It exists outside of space and time. So, like, you can not only enter at different points in space, but you could also enter at different points in time. So I've also been wondering if we're encountering our abyssal sibling at different points in time, not just in space. Like, I'm wondering if their timelines are actually working in a different direction from ours. Like, what if we meet the Abyss twin for Bedtime Story after we met them for, no, sorry, before we met them for We Will Be Reunited. Like, it gets kind of trippy, but, like, if you think of meeting them out of order, like, if they're experiencing meeting us at different times than we're experiencing meeting them, like, things get a little strange, but it also could make sense. And I'm just wondering if it's possible that Dain is just experiencing time differently because he's, you know, traveling in and out of different spaces that way, whereas Capitano's basically been stuck on the surface. Is it in one of the horns? No? Oh. Oh, hello. Now, the second option is if you guys have done the Pari quest in the desert, right? The one with Sorush. If you've done that one, you might recall that Zurvan said that when they found Dainsleif during the Cataclysm, he was clutching a ring, and he was, like, in a semi-monstrous form. So there's a distinct possibility that the ring that is in Dainsleif's possession is also assisting in some way to his lack of corrosion, so to speak. It's possible it provides him with some level of resistance. And what would lend credence to this idea is the fact that, like, the game takes a lot of inspiration from Nibelungenlied, which is basically like the ring cycle, the opera from Wagner, which is based on Germanic mythos, or Germanic folklore, rather. And it revolves around a ring made of special gold that was stolen by a dwarf. And we know that the Conrians have some things in common with the dwarven race to a degree. Or, well, mythologically, I mean. Okay, this thing is, like, down. I understand. Understood. So I think that's possibility number 2. Either that or Dain is just not who he says he is. And not because he like deliberately wants to mislead anybody, but because he may not genuinely know. I think that's also a possibility, but I don't know if that would contribute to a lack of corrosion, so to speak. You know? but it's possible. Okay, this thing's up. This thing's up, up, up. It says up, up. It's in the stadium seats? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at chat, I was just talking. That's typical. Very typical. Okay, let's look at the seats. Seats, give me. There's no seats here is a thing. Why aren't there seats? Is everyone just always expected to stand? That's silly. Oh, I guess it would be on a lower level, huh? What am I doing? Stop, 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 stop. Okay, I'm good. Well, maybe it's not at a lower level. I don't know. What do you mean it's in the stadium seats? No bleachers. Oh, it's inside. Inside where? It's okay. I'll find it. It's fine. I'm just gonna make you guys really angry in the process. It's okay. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I don't know why I did that. Oh, it's in here. Well, it's not the stadium seats, you silly guy. Oh, you know what? You guys might actually be behind me at this point. That's possible. There's a lot of chests in here. What the heck? Okay, cool. Thoughts on the sorry, Jen's Dreams. Thank you for your super chat. Thoughts on the tale of... I don't actually know how to say this word. Is it... I'm gonna butcher this. Someone's gonna have to help me. I'm not even gonna say the first one. I'm just gonna say ukuku because I don't know how to say the first word. I really don't. I have no idea. I can read it, I just can't say it. We're talking about the Starfall book, yeah? Okay, so the book itself is kind of odd. I don't know what myth it's actually referencing, if it's referencing one at all, like a Mesoamerican one. But what did strike me about it is it reminds me a lot of a Selkie. You guys know what a Selkie is? Whoa. I'm uncomfortable glitching. I'm uncomfortable. My God, if my wrist did that, I'd be very uncomfortable. Jesus, okay. Do you guys know what a Selkie is? Because, like, that story reminds me a lot of a Selkie. If you guys don't know what it is, it's basically like, I think it's mostly like a seal. It's usually a seal woman kind of thing. It's sort of like an Irish mermaid. I think it's Irish or Scottish. Up that way. I'm not entirely sure the exact origins. I think it's... yeah, well... Le point was that basically they were like these women seal kind of creatures, very similar to mermaids. But the thing is they could take off their seal skin. And when they did so, they would become human instead of seals. And oftentimes, okay. I guess it doesn't want me to go that way. We won't go that way. So oftentimes, fishermen, for example, would notoriously become enamored with these beautiful women that were just bathing naked on the seaside, and they would steal the seal skins. And so long as the Selkies didn't have their seal skin, they couldn't actually... oh, look. They couldn't turn back into a seal, so they couldn't return to the ocean. So oftentimes they would get bribed into being wives and stuff like that. So the Tale of the Cuckoo reminds me quite a bit of that. Creepy version of the crane story. Yeah, it's similar. Celtic and Norse origins. Yeah, okay. That sounds about right. I wasn't sure if it was Celtic or just Irish or Scottish. I know like demographically, like generally where it is. I'm just not entirely, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, so it reminded me a lot of that because the dude basically took something of the fallen stars and she was so distraught about it and she couldn't return to where she came from without it. But for some reason, I also feel like it has some very strange official vibes. I can't quite put my finger on why, but the book reminds me a lot of official. I'm not entirely sure why. Now that said, I actually don't think the book is talking about like a real thing that happened. I don't think it's talking about like a real star that fell and like a real dude that married her or whatever. I think it's one of those allegorical things. I think it's very possible that there was a thing that fell from the sky that someone selfishly kept and didn't share or didn't return to who it belonged to, and that did lead to some sort of disaster or tragedy. That much I'm pretty confident on. I don't know that necessarily that it would have been like two real people, if that makes sense. There's an animated family film about the Selkies called Song of the Sea. Song of the Sea is so good. If you guys haven't seen it, you should. It's beautiful. It's made by a studio called Cartoon Saloon. Honestly, every one of their movies has been a banger. And they really like to do mythological movies, too. They did one called Wolfwalker most recently. I think that's the most recent one. That one was really good. Anyway, yeah, so Song of the Sea is very, very good. Definitely worth watching. Reminds me a lot of that. I'll nail down the official vibes eventually. I'm not entirely sure why I have them. It feels a bit irrational, honestly. Yeah. I hit buttons. Melon73, thank you so much for your super. I noticed the abyss entity in the sky looked very similar to Acheron's ult symbol thing during combat. Any idea why, or is it just a coincidence? I think they're both supposed to be flowers. Or references to flowers. I don't think that's unintentional. I'll put it that way. But one thing I think is very interesting, we're going back to the archive. One thing I think is quite interesting. This thing. So, I don't know if you guys notice anything about this thing. But it's kind of strange. But the interesting thing that it is, I don't think it looks like a plant. However, it's literally being called a mimiflora. So it's a mimicking flora, or it's mimicking flora, plants, right? And it's also being likened to plants. It's trying to imitate a tree-like world. Now, HoYoverse likes to put the living world on a imaginary tree, so to speak. Basically everything that exists as we know it, our world, our reality, is basically a part of the imaginary tree. Our universes, world, planet, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's quite interesting that it takes the shape of plants. I think that might be another reason why Acheron has the flower-like symbols, more of a mimicry of a tree-like world, because a tree is just a really big plant. One thing I will point out, though, is that a lot of the abyssal stuff actually has more in common, not with Acheron, but hold on. With Kaya. 'Cause, like, the petals or the leaves are very peacock feathery. And it's not just Kaya, it's actually, it's Kaveh too. I could probably write a whole essay about it if I really wanted to. I don't want to. So I'm not going to. It's very peacock feathery. But the reason why the peacock feather stuff matters is because Genshin focuses heavily on alchemy, right? But there's one stage of alchemy known as the peacock stage, where it's basically referring to like a whole rainbow of colors that happens. So part of me is looking at it like, I wonder if this is a reference to that, and if I just wonder if you know, the Abyss in general is taking more of the peacock imagery because of that, because it's a different, it's almost like a how do I it's just a stage of alchemy. But it's not part of it. It is part of the magnum opus, but it's also not. Like, they usually identify 4 steps as part of the magnum opus. The Niguro, Albedo, Rubido, and Citronitas, right? Like, there's usually those 4 stages. And the peacock stage isn't usually named, but there's usually like a lot more stages to it. There's just like 4 primary stages. I just wonder if the Abyss is referencing the peacock stage specifically, and if there's a reason for that, and if there's a reason why really important characters will tend to have the peacock feather symbol. I also want to point out that peacocks are known for having eyes on their tails, right? Like, Kaya's constellation is all about having multiple eyes on his tails, on its tail. So it was one of those things where it's like, well, is he really missing an eye if his tail is full of other eyes? And if we think of the Abyss as like very eye-based as well, I think it starts to make a little bit more sense. An eye in the sky, you know, like the Crimson Moon eye. Yes, exactly. I'm also thinking about Deshret, though, not because it is Deshret, but because the eye in the sky, as he was portrayed there, is also known as the Eye of Providence, which is a symbol of like ultimate knowledge, like ultimate esoteric knowledge. And Yog-Sothoth, and in our case, Goy-Sothoth, is also supposed to be like the keeper of ultimate secret knowledge, right? So it's like, I think there's a connection there with the eyes and the knowledge and the Abyss being like the infinite secrets of the universe, or at least connected to them, or like the gateway to it kind of thing. That's where my head is at with that. I'm always thinking about Deshret. Listen, he's important. I know I keep saying I'm eventually going to do a Deshret theory. The problem with doing a Deshret theory is that he is so interconnected to every single little thing that I don't even know where to start. Like, I don't even know which parts to make relevant. And I really struggle with it. I really, really, really struggle with it. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. That's where I'm at with that. Benjamin Simpson, thank you for your super. Could the traveler be cursed with immortality in Sumeru? Girl could read the future, said we'll look the same in 10,000 years in the future, and I don't think we are long-lived. We are long-lived. In fact, we actually have confirmation that we've lived for thousands of years already. So I actually think that the traveler themselves is just long-lived in general. I don't think they're human, but I also don't think they're the same type of elemental creatures as the entities into that. I do think they're more dragon adjacent. I don't know if I'd call them dragons straight up, but I do think they're dragon adjacent. I think that yeah. 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 I guess that's all I had to say about that. They're long-lived, though. So why can't we drink booze? Because we look young. The thing is the way you... Okay, so Nahida is 500 years old. Would you let her drink alcohol? You probably wouldn't, right? I mean, she is technically of age. Wanderer 2, he's about 500 years old. Should he be drinking alcohol? I mean, he's a puppet, so like technically yes, but like he doesn't look old enough to drink either. This is about like your maturity level for your species, right? Like, people get mad at me because I call Ito a teenager. And he's probably not, but like mentally, developmentally, he's an Oni, right? Like, Oni is a yokai. Yokai probably has something a bit different than normal human lifespans, especially given Yai. Like, I would assume he's probably not gonna have the same lifespan as Yai, but he probably has one that's like in that ballpark more so than a human one, which would mean that even if Ito was like 50 years old, he might be developmentally the equivalent of a human 16-year-old. You know what I mean? And that's why he would be like kind of lanky and goofy and a bit immature, all things considered. So it's more like that. More like that, because Senora is like 500 years old. She can drink, but she's also human, and her time just stopped, right? Taser comp? Yeah, what's wrong with my taser comp? Don't diss my taser comp. But yeah, the twins are long-lived, but again, it's all about your developmental age, right? I think that's also very important. Okay, I'm still so behind. Like, I'm so behind. Spike Bebop, thank you also for your super. Were you shocked to finally see the fake sky and the fact that it looks similar to HSR's starting screen? Okay, hot take. I don't agree that it looks similar to HSR's starting screen. I don't necessarily think that just because a planet has some rings on it that it is suddenly, how do I put this? I don't think they're the same thing. I know a lot of people do. I get it. I understand why. I just don't agree. I don't think the markings are similar enough. And also, it wouldn't make sense for a shattered planet to be here and then also be the same planet as the one that's seen in HSR. Like, I don't follow that part. I think they could be similar planet. I don't think they're the same one. Like, having rings like that on a planet either means that you're marking them out as like a topographical map, so to speak, like a stellar map, or they're just like certain types of artificial planets, which is also possible. I just don't think they're the same ones. Now, was I shocked to see the false sky? No. Not at all. You know why? Because my child does not lie. Wanderer doesn't lie. He's just rude. We always knew the sky was false. We knew it was fake. We knew its behavior was fake. I mean, just to see it, I guess, was satisfying, but not surprising. I didn't find it surprising. I was just like, oh, they're showing it to us now. Well, that's cool. I guess that's more accurate of a depiction of my initial reaction. I was like, hey, sky. Nice. I am a little bit surprised to see it be so digital. But I guess it makes more sense. Like, I guess when I thought of the false sky before, it was always more like, I think it's going to behave like glass. And part of the reason is we saw that a bit with the whale in Fontaine. We saw that. But also, we saw it in the Golden Apple Archipelago event with Fischl. Because her domain in that event also had a shattered sky. And it was glass, right? Like, it's very glass-like. So to see something a little pixely, I think, was the part that, if any of it were to surprise me, it would be that aspect of it. Oh, Fischl, please, what? Stop falling! Yeah, I think the moon was actually a bit more of a jump scare. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. That I agree with wholeheartedly. This feels unfair. I'm just gonna sit here and see how long this takes. It could take a while. Whoop, I fell. It feels a little unfair to stay over here. Let's not. Well, that went well. Given the fact that we're now finding out that dragons had like space age style technology and that kind of stuff, I am not surprised that the firmament is a bit more digital anymore. I think it makes sense now, right? It just was that part, I think, is the part that I didn't expect more than anything else. Anyway, oh my goodness, where was I? Oh my god! Oh, Alcono, thank you so much for this super. Jesus, you guys, what the hell? I took a really long time to get to this. I apologize. Holy cow. It's kind of disappointing to have the captain be #1 harbinger and be beaten at the start of the region by the Pyro Archon. It deflates the power ceiling a bit. Yes! This was what I didn't... This was one of the things I thought was kind of odd. I didn't quite understand what they were trying to do. Because, like, I feel like... How do I put this? I feel like we have a very good idea of... like Child's power level, for example, right? We have a very good idea of what Child's power level is. So to see him fight a battle of attrition against like a cosmic horror whale, right? Like that had impact because we're just like, because we knew roughly how strong Child was. We've seen him fight many times. We've fought him many times. Like we've seen what he's capable of. Even to a degree, Arlecchino, right? Like if we took Arlecchino and put her up against Mahuika, then we would have a baseline to work with. The fact that we'd never seen Capitano, and the only thing that we knew about him is that he's too strong to give Child the light of day, made that interaction feel very bizarre. And I don't know how strong he actually is anymore. Because I also don't know how strong Mahuika is, because we actually hadn't seen her fight anything either. And I don't think, like, using the Gnosis to blast, you know, a thing in the sky, although that happened afterwards, but, like, I don't even think that that's a good baseline, because, like, that's not really her ability. That's just the power of a Gnosis, plus, like, a bunch of other gimmicks that she's spent 500 years putting together. So, like, I don't know how reliable of a metric that is. So I agree that that felt super off to me. It was one of the things I did not like. Like, I understand to a degree why they did it, but I kind of wish they would have left them on even ground at least. But to have Mahuika just beat him outright, I couldn't tell if he was weak or if she was just that strong. So I think that was not a great illustration of power dynamics for sure. I totally agree with you on that. Oh, hold on, my chat stopped. What happened? Oh, I see what happened. And stupid thing to the there we go. Okay, there we go. You feel like they were both holding up back a lot because it was the location of the sacred flame as well as their companions were around, maybe. I mean, yeah, I agree with that to an extent, but like, if it depends on what the point of the fight was, right? And I think one of the problems that I have with that interaction specifically is that we don't really know what the point of that fight was, because like, we hadn't had any interactions with Capitano. We didn't know what his plan was. We didn't know if he had a plan at that point. So to just have him show up and be like, hey, fight. And then she'd be like, okay, fight. And then that was kind of it. It was like, fights for what though? To challenge for strength? To steal a gnosis? To win a pill? Like, what are we doing here? I didn't really understand the goal. It just kind of felt like the fight was there, so the fight would be there. I didn't like that part. And don't get me wrong, like, the fight looked cool. I thought the fight looked really cool. Even if the flying does bother me still, I'm still bugged by that. I know that that's just a me thing, but like from a more objective standpoint, not really talking about what I like and what I don't like so much, I just thought that the purpose of the fight was confusing. Or not clear. Maybe saying not clear is better than confusing. Do you think Capitano can beat Neuvillette? No. No. Definitely not now that Neuvillette has his full authority either. That'd be like saying, do you think Nahida can fight a Pep and win? I don't think that would happen. I think that would end badly. Yeah. I just didn't like it that much. Let me go. Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? Windine, thank you once again. Goodness for your super. Conrians might be draconic equals super powerful. Oh, this is probably from like discussion from ages ago when we were talking about like the how strong Dainsliff might actually be thing. Yeah. So a very popular theory that I, among several others, as far as I know, I think I've seen at least 3 other content creators talk about this besides me. Several of us think that the Conrians may be related to the Nephilim, like the concept of the Nephilim. And I think I've talked about this a few times on stream before. Like most notably, the last time when Roosevelt was chilling on stream with us. I should really bring her back again. That was fun. That was fun. When things settle down a little bit, I will. I'll bring back some guests. Those are always fun. Anyway, so, yeah, the Nephilim thing. I'm still thinking that HoYoverse might pull a very funny pun with the whole Nephil thing, because Nibelung seems to have the same root word as Nephil, Nifl, as in like Mr. Fog, right? And then in Norse mythology, Niflheim is supposed to be a land of ice and snow, but as far as I know, it's also supposed to be like a land of the dead to an extent, or the land of the deceased. And I keep thinking about the fire of 2 worlds and all that kind of stuff, being related to Conria and whatnot. And I'm just like, I wonder if they're going for Conria as Niflheim, with a relation to Nibelung or Niflung, if you want to just stick with root words. And if they are then the Nephilim, which is combining a lot of different mythologies, I know, but it would be very on brand for them to do it this way. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think it would be very on brand for them to do it this way. It would also explain their eyes quite a bit. Stars in their eyes kind of stuff. Yeah. I think it's a I'm not tooting my own horn here, I promise. I just think it's a very plausible theory. It's a theory I quite like. I shouldn't say that it's likely because I like it. I should say I like it because it seems likely. It's more what I'm going for. Vanaheim equals Celestia? I wonder. I don't know if it would be Vanaheim. Maybe. Helheim is the land of the dead, not Niflheim. Yeah, but Helheim and Niflheim are often thought to be the same thing. It really depends on your source material, because you can also argue that Niflheim and Nidavellir are also the same thing. The issue is that the Eddas aren't super clear on this. It gets called Helheim because it's ruled by hell, essentially. But, yeah. But for the most part, anything goes, really. Okay, so you can't use a treasure compass when you are a Saurian. That's silly. What if I want to search for treasure? On these crazy islands. Ah, oh, that's silly. Oh well. Dwarves and elves are the same sometimes in the Eddas. Yeah, that's the other thing that's really annoying. Is like sometimes they make distinctions, sometimes they don't. There's this whole thing where dwarves were created based on like the maggots that were crawling out of Ymir's flesh. And then there are other stories where they're actually just made out of a different type of wood than humans are. So like there's a lot of conflicting stories. So I think it's quite possible that Hoyo's gonna merge some things. So I'm gonna play a little fast and loose with my interpretation. A little fast and loose, yeah. Oh my god. How am I this far behind? Guys, stop sending me things. Stop sending me things. Oh my god. Are there any mythological inspirations for the traveler being able to turn into saurians? Yes! Actually, they're the Wyabs. Okay, so sorry, I know I'm supposed to be reading supers, but like let me address this. Is actually a cool question. So the whole thing about the saurian things, I've been actually thinking about this. I'm wondering if it's related to to the Wyabs. The reason being is that Wyab in a mythological sense, not necessarily in game, but their name means dreamer, but specifically they're dreamers as in like they can take an animal form while they're dreaming. And I've been wondering if the draconic-like appearances and the fact that they manifest from the elements, making them elemental creatures, in the overworld at least, I'm wondering if that is indicative of a relationship to saurians. Because it would then imply that saurians are similarly constructed, which we do know is the case. Hello? We know that they should at least be mostly elemental creatures, but not like totally. But I'm wondering if we're actually exhibiting Wyab-like properties. And that would be kind of on brand with what a lot of Hoyo does, because like Hoyo's kind of using dragons in the same way that they use Honkai beasts in their other games. Where, and in Honkai Impact at least, Honkai beasts can only... I'm going to translate this imperfectly, so I apologize, but Honkai beasts are said to only be able to think clearly in their dreams. So Honkai beasts in general, like their sentience is connected to dreaming, and I'm wondering if the same is true for dragons, and that's like a Wyab type thing. If Wyab is more of like a draconic manifestation of sorts. That's probably a little all over the place. I apologize. I'm not killing the little guys. I like them. They're cute. But that's kind of where my head's at with that one. I don't want a Yumkamsaur. I want a Koholosaur. Why am I not using the Saurians? Well, because I'm looking for treasure and I can't use the treasure compass when I'm in a Saurian. I'm looking for chests. Not sure if we just discussed this. How did his soul list for that long? Oh, the guy who took over Auron? I think he just got sucked into the Night Kingdom, which is also kind of confusing when you think about it. I don't have a good answer for that one. Raptor Rex, thank you for the super. Many say the Traveler will be the new Pyro Archon. What if they become the new Shade of Death instead with the Pyro element, of course? I don't think they're going to become Shades. The reason is, I think Shades are different entirely from what we've been led to believe. How do I put this, actually? Okay. Think of Teyvat as a giant brain, okay? And I want you to think of different aspects of its rulership as different aspects of the self. So we're talking like the ego, the id, maybe logos to an extent, and that would therefore include something called the shadow self. I strongly suspect that the shades, to a degree, are much more similar to the shadow self than they are to something like an Archon or a dragon. I think they are an aspect of something else. So I don't necessarily think we could have a new shade necessarily. I wonder if that's too confusing of a way to put it. Okay, I don't think there's anything left on Fire Thief Isle. But are they waifu? I mean, it's looking like they're all female so far, so maybe. I mean, it's definitely plausible. I'll put it that way. Providing they have bodies at all. It's actually equally possible that they just never give them bodies. That they do a Lord of the Night sort of thing and they make them into like a collective consciousness, right? Where we never saw Sibylla, we just saw the Golden Bees. Where we never saw the Lord of the Night, we just saw Seelies, right? It's possible that they'll do something like that. So just be prepared for that. I don't think we'll become a shade, though. I don't think the concept of shades is natural to that. Because I don't think there is an equivalent in the dragon sense. You know what I mean? And if there isn't a draconic equivalent, then I'm unclear on why we would need to become one. And I guess that's similar to me for why I don't think we'll be the Pyro Archon either. The Archon hood and the shades and all that, all of those are aspects of the current rulership of Teyvat, which isn't necessarily indicative of what should or shouldn't be there, right? Like if we're going to establish a new order, for example, then we would have an entirely different pantheon, so to speak, different positions. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. Oh my god. What happened? I lost my place. Stop jumping around. Goodness gracious. Do I think the Abyssal Twin is fake and Irminsul is just responding to the Traveler's wish to find their sister? I mean, that could be why the other twin has no record in Irminsul. I don't think they're fake. But I actually think in this case, you could think of them as the shadow of the Traveler. Because wherever light goes, it casts a shadow. Okay, so, you know A? Like Raiden? When she introduces herself in that little animated cutscene thing, she basically says, when lightning falls, it casts a shadow. My name means shadow. So she's the shadow of her sister, and her sister's name is Makoto, which means truth. So if she's the shadow of truth, then she is the shadow that's left behind when light appears, because lightning casts light, right? I think there is a case to be made for the Abyss Twin to be a shadow, so to speak, of the light given off by the Traveler. Since the Traveler seems to be phlogiston-based, phlogiston is light-based, light element-based, all that kind of stuff. I think that's reasonable. And this is a stupid comparison to make, but like, I keep thinking about like Peter Pan, if you guys have ever watched that Disney movie, where his shadow like runs away, and then Wendy has to literally sew it back on his feet because his shadow has a mind of its own. But his shadow is supposed to mimic everything he does. It's just not obeying him. It reminds me of that. I don't know why that didn't kill that thing. I have no justification for that, by the way. That's just the that's just my vibes. That's my vibe check. But I think if you want to think of it that way, it's possible then that the primordial one, providing that they are a being of light, that they are casting off enough light to provide 4 different shades, right? 4 different Abyss Twins, so to speak. All right, I don't. I'm only at 95%, but like, it must not be on any of the islands. Are the Genshin writers well versed in Western mythologies, or is our speculation with myths just lining up because coincidentally thinking the other way around? I barely know Chinese myths. Maybe I'm a dummy though. So Western myths are actually well documented and well distributed. Chinese myths, on the other hand, are a little trickier to get your hands on because the best sources you're going to get on them are going to be in Chinese. Like they don't, I won't say that they're as well translated or documented. And one thing that we forget is that China is a very, very large country. And that country was made up of a lot of different historical tribes or cultures. I'm going to say cultures instead of tribes because I don't actually know what the correct term is to use here. But when I think of like the Americas, for example, or even if I think of Europe, right? If I think of Europe, there's a lot of little countries in Europe. And we could say, yeah, so like in European mythos, but then you're just like, well, is it like French or is it Germanic or is it Greek? Or, you know, like all of that is still Europe, but they're all very distinct. China is kind of similar. You know, like there's a lot of overlap between the historical cultures that are found there throughout the ages, but there's also a lot of regional stuff, right? And so it's very difficult to for the uninitiated or for the amateur rather to discern the true meanings of stuff for themselves. It's very, very, very difficult. So I don't think you're a dummy. Like this is something that's quite, hey look, corn. This is something that's quite, I don't want to say unique to China, but it's definitely a problem that is specifically related to China's history and that kind of stuff. And also like there's been a lot of attempts over the years to kind of like unite China through a shared historical lens. And in doing that, you know, you also end up creating a little bit of a new layer on top of everything. So it depends on how far back you want to peel that mythological onion. There's a reason why I try to keep my foray into Chinese mythos a bit more on the surface level, and that's kind of why. I think it's really difficult for me to not only find really good sources that are reliable, but for me to understand the history that goes along with those. That's really difficult. I think it's a lot easier for the reverse to happen. Like I think it's easier for someone in China to learn more about Western mythology, just because it is much more well documented. It's less, it's more widely distributed. So, yeah. But also, HoYo's got a lot of money. And with a lot of money comes the ability to hire a lot of very smart people. Like real historians, real anthropologists, real, you know, scholars, essentially. And this is very common for video games and movies and stuff. They'll consult historical experts and anthropologists all the time. And if they do ongoing stuff like this, then they will keep them on staff. Like they'll commission them for a whole year, be like, hey, we'll pay you X amount to consult all year on this project. Lend your expertise. So, very common. So far, I mean, they've done a pretty good job. I grew up, I don't want to say I grew up in, I grew up very close to a lot of different native tribes across the US, specifically in Maine, Colorado, and Arizona. And I'm not making any claim to any of these cultures. What I am saying is that I just spent a lot of time going to the festivals that local tribes would open to the public, and I would play with a lot of kids who lived on the reservations, and a lot of my childhood books growing up were all Native American myths and stories, right? Like it was their history. And so there's a lot of stuff in Natlan that I'm just like, I know that one. How strange. I haven't seen that since I was 9, you know, like things like that, which I think is really cool. So I would say that while I'm not as familiar with a lot more of the Mesoamerican side of things, I'm learning as we play. It does feel like they've done their fair amount of research. Like so far, it's looking good, you know? Oh, I do have something to share. I feel like I should go through the rest of this. You guys need to stop. Okay, guys, stop sending me supers because I want to like tell some anecdotal stories. We haven't even really talked about the Archon Quest at all. We're probably not going to get to it at this point because it's like 9:30. So I guess we're gonna have to do another one of these soon. After I finish my Zenless video, I'm gonna do that soon. Okay, so I don't know if you guys remember, but I've been bitching about there being this recurring myth, this recurring Mesoamerican myth that HoYo seems to love. And it is the myth of 7 macaw. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's driving me nuts because they've literally mentioned it in 3 places in Natlan in different ways. Like they've like twisted the story each time, but like it's still easily identifiable as this is the myth of 7 macaw. What the heck? And the whole myth of 7 macaw, which is hilarious to me, is tied to the hero twins Xbalanque and Hunahpu, right? But the characters involved with this variant of the 7 macaw myth in Natlan is never Xbalanque or Hunahpu, which I think is also hilarious, but also frustrating because I didn't understand what they were doing until recently. My friend Schwan pointed something out, and I thought this was hysterical. So, okay. So, I wonder if you guys are going to see where I'm going with this. I want you guys to open up a browser because I'm too lazy to set this up in OBS right now. I want you to open up a browser and look up what a macaw looks like. Okay, I want you to look up what a macaw looks like. And then I want you to take a look at a how. Because a how has the coloring of a macaw. And so I've just realized, not the red and blue one, no, the yellow and green one. There's a yellow and green one. I do have a Knicht. Yeah, I have a Knicht. I got him I was going for Tomacons. I still don't have a C6 Toma. I was going for C6 Toma because I only needed like 2 more. I still don't have him, and I ended up with Knicht. So here we are. So here, you guys remember at the end of the 5.1 Archon Quest when Knicht was calling a How Polly, like Polly wants a cracker, but he was giving him grapes? Do you guys remember that? So the thing about a How is that he was found in some old ruins, right? And he's basically part of Knicht's Ben 10 armband here. He's sealed inside of it, and his body right now is a phlogiston projection. And he made a contract with Knicht to take over Knicht's body when Knicht dies, right? Because he can't manifest a body on his own. He's sealed inside of the bracelet. So I'm looking at these myths now being like, I wonder if all of these 7 macaw things... I wonder if all of these 7 macaw myths are referencing a How in the past. If he was like some sort of draconic entity that was in Natlan. I'm waiting for him to show. He won't show up, and I don't understand why. I can't seem to trigger his idol. This is so funny. He's just like, you're talking about me, I'm hiding. I'm wondering if like he created a lot of trouble, he caused a lot of trouble, and eventually he got sealed as a result of that trouble. So all of this instances of 7 macaw is really just referring to a How again. Is he seriously not going to show up? Oh my god. Can we get like a How to show up, please? I'm just gonna see if he'll show up in here instead. Are you kidding me? Stop doing that idol. There he goes. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with him right now. I think it's kind of funny and would be really, 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 really hilarious if they do something with that later on. I think they should do something with that later on. But it would totally explain why they keep reusing that myth over and over and over again. So anyway, that was my thing. I got really sidetracked. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be addressing questions and comments, and I have not been. So, is there going to be a Genshin equivalent of Nyla? Yeah. No, I think there will be. There's going to be a lot more Lovecraftian stuff. Like I said, you guys know Roosevelt. She's found more Lovecraftian stuff, and the more we look for it, the more we find. Like, I'm serious. Like, there's a lot. Like, a lot. And I'm getting, like, so annoyed, because I'm just like, why is there so much? Anyway. Yeah. Do I think Citlali's drunken lines were foreshadowing? I mean, if you're talking about her prophecy, maybe. If her drunk lines, I don't know. Probably to an extent. I mean, Hoyo really loves their prophetic stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's a bit... I think it's too tricky to say what they would be referring to, though. So I don't really know how to approach that. Creatrix Tiara, thank you for the super. What do you think of there being 2 Electros and no Cryo in the new Natlan Heroes Circle? Maybe Auron's spot was originally for Citlali, who is Cryo. So I was thinking about this. This is totally theory territory, okay? I gotta preface this. This is 100% my theory. Okay, so you know how if you guys watched it, in my last video I was talking about like, hey, Electro might be resembling abyssal light as opposed to phlogiston, which could be, you know, relating more to elemental light. Well, I was wondering, like, if we think of the abyss itself, like the totality of the abyss is more what I mean. And we think of the totality of the abyss as being a mixture of... Oh, I don't want to fight them. Are you really gonna make me fight? I don't wanna. If you think the totality of the abyss is of being like a combination of everything that's ever existed, which it would include phlogiston, right? If we think of it that way, then I wonder if Electro is in a way like a wild card element, right? Like it can almost be anything because it also gives off light, similar to Pyro. Which would... What? Oh, okay. Because like that would make sense to me, because then you could just have like Electro kind of slot in wherever you had gaps. So if you didn't have Cryo, you could slot in an Electro. If you don't have Pyro, you can slot in an Electro. Like that would make sense to me. But again, that is just a theory. I think that would be way too difficult to prove. Because like it's based on another theory, which is also kind of tricky to prove. Well, lightning in the sky related, like the wind and animal can be anything. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. I really thought Seatlali would be another hero. I really, really did. I'm very surprised they didn't go that route. I still don't quite understand why. Because, like, they could have just as easily made Auroron Cryo. I think people would have been just as happy with him being Cryo as Electro. In fact, I don't know. I kind of wish he was Cryo versus Electro, but whatever. It's such a non-issue. It is weird, though. And that's the only way my brain kind of, like, makes sense of it, is to think of it more like Abyssal Light shines! I'm a wild card! You know. But they hate Cryo. Yeah, they seem to right now. I mean, they even hate Cryo in Star Rail. Like, when the last Cryo, like, ice character we got in Star Rail was Misha. And before that, it was, like, Jing Liu. I can't even think of, like... There's, like, Pella, there's Misha, there's Jing Liu, and there's... Who else? Yanqing, I guess. Who else is there? Like, I can't even think of anybody. Like, what the heck? Oh, Ruanmei. Yeah. Okay, Ruanmei exists. That's right. I guess she counts. I always forget she's Cryo because she's... Or, sorry. I forget she's ice because she's so flower-based. Like, thematically. I always forget. Anyway. You need your tall male Electro character. Keep him that way. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Raven2785, thank you for the super. I look forward to the ZZZ video that links hollows with forbidden knowledge and thus links them with Dashret. Don't test me. You know what? With this last patch, it's now possible. I can do it. I can. I could. I won't, but I could. I definitely could. The thing is the Exaltist Order now in Zenless now really feels like ZZZ's Abyss Order. Because they basically seem to worship the Hollows. Which is very similar to the Abyss Order sort of like worshipping the Abyss. Right? And then it looks like, based on the special program, like the next group that we're meeting, that we're facing off with Yanagi, might be like a Fatui equivalent. Which is kind of interesting as well. So we might be getting multiple aspects of this whole hollow fiasco. And like, you could easily link that back to forbidden knowledge and Deshret and black holes and esoteric matter and all that kind of stuff. Like, don't. I can do it. In fact, I will argue, I can successfully argue that Deshret is a Phaethon. Not the Phaethon, but a Phaethon, because you can remember in Genshin, Phaethons are sun children, and we most notably saw them in Enkanomiya when the sun children were thrown into the Helios and died on their birthday, which is also considered their solar return, when they return to the sun. Do you read the book from the quest with the star fragment? I'm curious about your opinion on that story. I've talked about it already today. earlier in the stream, actually. So they are also sacrifices? Yeah. That's why I said don't test me. I could actually do it. The sacrifice monsters are a thing. They are a thing. All right, I don't know where the hecketh this last 4% of whatever is. It's probably over here. Let's go over there. Also, the day the game started is the day that the Phaethon account died in ZZZ. It's true. That is true. Stoic the Tired. What a name. Wow. Thank you for your very generous super. What are your thoughts on Tevat being stuck in a deadly area of space? In Celestia, others were waiting for entities like the twins, who may know how to safely move the planet if they can remember how to. I think this is contingent on so many things. So let me give you a little context here. Hoyo loves putting the Earth at risk of like big cosmic horror craziness. All right, they love that. Absolutely love it. Like technically in Honkai Impact, finality is basically what that is. In Star Rail, we're basically looking at all of the Eons and the Leviathans for that matter. If you want to relate dragons to in Genshin to Star Rail, you should probably relate them to the Leviathans, actually. They predate the Eons after all. And the one that they kept in Star Rail is Ouroboros, the snake ring, the one that seems to share a constellation with Dainsliff, so I don't think that's an accident either. I'm formulating a thought. I don't think planets can move. Okay, the only reason why you could move a planet is if the planet isn't a planet, but a ship. So for me, the contingency on the theory that the twins would need to know how to move the planet, the contingency is that the planet has to be a ship. It has to be capable of movement. Otherwise, like, there's no way to move a planet unless you want to, like, warp it somewhere. Pop it into some kind of wormhole. And that sounds a bit dangerous. You know? I'm not sure that would go over well, necessarily. So very big Luofu. I mean, Luofu and Penacony, for that matter, are both planet-sized megastructures. So it's not impossible. It's just like that is a contingency, which, you know, that is not completely unfeasible given Golden Apple Archipelago, for example, because in Golden Apple Archipelago, the first one specifically, all of the islands moved up and down like they were mechanisms, right? Alice modified those mechanisms. So either you can think of those islands as machines, or you can think of the islands as being representative of the continent as machines. So, I mean, there's that. It is worth noting that the twins were said to have arrived in Tevat on a meteorite. I wonder if it's not even a meteorite, but I wonder if it's a spaceship. But I mean, it could be a straight up meteorite because it is equally possible that the meteorite over here might have been one of the ones where we landed, or where another descender landed. That's plausible too. We'll go look at it. Because the thing about this fragment that we're gonna go look at here, is that it has very special markings on it. And I forget what the actual name of these markings on, but they're found... They're mostly found on iron meteorites. I forget what this pattern is called, but it's a very specific... It's a pattern that's quite specific to iron-based meteorites. And given the fact that this is, like, shaped in such a non-organic way, makes me think that it could be part of a megastructure made of iron meteorites. So... What about the book you get with this quest? I mean, I've already talked about the book that we get with this quest. Could it be another part of the Broken Moon? I mean, it could be. It very well could be. But that would also just support the idea that the moon in the sky, and actually even to that, could be like a lunar megastructure. Like a Death Star. Like the Star Wars Death Star, orbital shaped spaceship. Yeah, the Windman, that one pattern. I don't know how to say it. The Windman Staten pattern. That one. Yeah. An eggshell piece. You know what, though? You know what would be absolutely hysterical? If you were right about that being an eggshell piece, because that could imply that the moon is an egg, which is very cosmic horror, because it would also imply that that moon wasn't destroyed, it hatched. I don't know if I like that idea. That does remind me of something, though. Do I own this weapon? This is going to be a good question. I don't think I own this weapon, but I'm going to tell you where you can... I don't. Moon Piercer. This weapon is a Sumeru weapon. This weapon talks about pieces of the moon falling to the ground as fine dust, and the dust got into the eyes of the people. I can't remember the exact phrasing, and obviously I don't have it, so I can't read it to you. But that's kind of what this reminds me of, to a smaller extent. Do I know about the Marvel Universe creatures called Celestials, which hatch from planets? Same idea, I guess. So, fun fact about the Marvel Universe. A lot of that stuff, Lovecraft. A lot of it is Lovecraftian. In fact, if you go to the Lovecraft wiki and you look up like almost any of the Lovecraftian horrors, you'll find a footnote in there that says, in the Marvel Universe, blah, 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 blah. Because Lovecraft is actually very frequently mentioned in Marvel Universe stuff. So don't be surprised if you see crossovers with it. That does remind me of the thing I wanted to show you guys. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna exit the game really quick because I think I'm done wandering around. I think I found all of the things and I'm kind of bored now. I'm gonna swap over to a browser really quick. So you guys give me just a second. I'm not going anywhere. Just like, you know, give me a second. Because there's something I want to show you. I want to show you something. Hold on. I'm just priming. Give me a second. What was I looking for? Oh, right. I'm gonna pull up something kind of fun. All right, where is... OBS. Here, buddy, buddy, buddy. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna turn something off real quick. Hold on. It's gonna be black for a second. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Can you please, like, Jesus. I like how it's just like, I'm not gonna show you anything. Okay, fine. Don't show me anything. That's okay. We'll just... Can you guys see this now? Yeah? Don't ask why I did it this way. I don't know why I set it up this way this time. I'm using multiple desktops and it's kind of silly. I don't know why. Just don't ask questions. Yes, you see it? Okay, good. My screen just did a funny thing. Hold on. There we go. Back to this. So I've got like too many displays. Whoops, sorry. Okay, so here's the thing. This is the Lovecraft fandom. These are called the Dreamlands. You see this? Dreamlands in the Dreamhell are a setting created by H.P. Lovecraft, series of stories known as the Dream Cycle. I can easily see HoYoverse combining the Dream Cycle with the Ring Cycle. I'm telling you, they're going to do it. And I'll show you why I think that in a second. But this stuff has a lot of... This is very interesting because, like, I don't know how many of you guys have watched some of my Natlan videos, but, like, I've been talking about the underworld, like the ley lines and all that kind of stuff as, like, a mirror world or a mirror image of our waking world, right? That's basically what the Dreamlands describe. It's going to manifest a little bit differently, but I think the concepts are the same. And here's why. Oh, I got to bring up one more thing. Hold on. I gotta bring up one more thing. We gotta bring up one more thing. Oh, that is so tiny. Why is everything gotta be tiny? I guess I need to just bring it up in game. I need to show you, like, specifically the crafting bench is the thing. Like, I actually... Jeez, I hate hold on. Can we do the furnishing instead? Is this the same one? No, it's not. Okay, this is a better picture. A little bigger. Okay, so Dreamlands, right? Dreamlands, mirror image of our reality, right? We've been talking about things like Memoria. If you play Star Rail, it's similar concept. I've been relating that to the Abyss, kind of a similar concept. Reality of Tevat being like how you see things when you're awake versus the Abyss in Tevat being what you dream about when you're asleep, subconscious, that kind of stuff. Now take a look at this symbol on the crafting bench, okay? Burn it into your brain. Now, I like how I'm just assaulted by friggin' Mr. Krabs here. Now take a look at this symbol. Here. Oh my god. This is the same symbol. Do you see that? These two things are the same symbol. Take a look at what this is called. Dreamlands. This is from Hokai Gakuen. When I said that Genshin takes a lot from Hokai Gakuen, this is kind of what I mean. They're taking some concepts that are recycled from their old game and they're remixing them into Genshin along with some of the other things that they've created and added into their HoYoverse at this point, right? So I'm looking at this Dreamlands thing, which I also have to mention is part... Hi, Mr. Krabs. This is part of the Cthulhu series, okay? This is part of the Cthulhu series. How do I put this? Cthulhu is a character in Hokai Gakuen. So is Yog-Sothoth. And so is Dreamland herself. She's an actual person who's related to a lot of cats. She's related to cats in like a ridiculous way. Lot of cats. But basically, all of this stuff is related to like Cthulhu's gear. And I'm looking at this like, this is alchemy. This is your alchemy bench. What's going on here? So when I was talking about Yanar, rather, and how she's Cthulhu, basically. She's actually called Cthulhu. Yanar is just like her alternate name. When I was talking about her blowing up the moon and how that relates to the moon that got blown up outside of the false sky in Tevat, like, I'm thinking of this kind of stuff here. I'm definitely thinking. So here's the other thing, which I didn't talk about at all. We're going to talk about it now because I can. I'm going to spell this wrong. Here we go. This is Kiana, the first Kiana. She was made into a biocomputer, and the biocomputer's job is to basically reset the world. What she's essentially looking for is she's analyzing the genetics of humankind to see if they can survive the cosmic horrors, for lack of a better term. And if they can't, then she straight up destroys them all and resets the whole project and starts again. And she does this on an endless loop over and over and over again. And Cthulhu ends up being her power source or her core. So there's this relationship between the two. They're actually meant to work together. And it's like, she is, in a sense, a computer terminal who's controlling the entire system. And considering the fact that, yes, as you're saying, the unknown god of Tevat is supposed to reference Kiana as the Hersher of the Void from Honkai Impact, who eventually becomes the Hersher of Finality towards the end, who is quite similar to this one. I also want to point out that her name is Arya, as in one of the names of the three Moon Sisters. So, like, when we put those sorts of things together, you can kind of see what HoYoverse is going for. They're not going for the same story. They're not trying to do the exact same thing over and over again, but they're taking themes and ideas that they've had, and they are remixing them in different ways. So if we look at her as saying, okay, she was made into a biocomputer whose job is to reset the world, then we could easily look at the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles and be like, I bet because they share traits that the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles' job is to essentially sustain the current system, which doesn't necessarily make the whole thing a simulation, as in, like, it is a computer, but that it is operating on computer logic, right? And this is actually something that they do in Honkai Impact as well, because Prometheus is actually an artificial intelligence that they used to control the Honkai powers in a way. So again, another instance of like an artificial intelligence or like a computer merging with a primal force in order to sort of control the nature of the world and all that kind of stuff. So reusing themes with a lot of Lovecraftian influences. It's kind of what I was going for. Anyway. Yeah. It's funny when Fanes' description is who has wings and a crown. Yeah, like the crown is probably a halo, honestly. It's probably a halo. All that from a crunch. Yeah, I know. This is ridiculous. Oh, my controller stopped. Does she have horns on her head or wings? They're wings. Oh, Jesus. Can I just, like... It's a low-res image, I'm sorry, but, like, you can see they're feathered wings on her head. She basically has 6 wings, right? She's got the 2 here, she's got 2 here, and then she's got the 2 on her head. How do I know the lore of all the Hoyo games? I don't. My knowledge of the Honkai and the Hokai series is very surface level. Don't ask me specific questions. I'm gonna get some stuff wrong. Like, I definitely will. But like, if you ask me on a high level, like basically what happened on like a very superficial level, I can tell you because there's a lot of comics that go with them, and I've read the comics. And there's obviously wiki entries, which I can read. And those are usually cited, and I can go look up specifics if I really want to know things. And I can do a little digging that way. But honestly, the comics and the visual novels are some of the easier things to kind of sink your teeth into. Like Sunday Robin, etc. Yeah. Yeah. 6 wings like a seraph? Yep. So, there's one other thing I wanted to show you guys. I cut this from my script. I guess we should probably go there in game. The question is, do I remember how to get there? Is it here? I think it's here. Yeah, I think it's in here. Is Fane's the villain? That... Hoyo doesn't like making villains. Hoyo likes making characters that are morally gray to the point where their villainness is decided by your own morality. They definitely create characters who do bad things, but they don't really like the idea of creating outright villains. This is not where I need to go. This is not the right place. I can never remember this place where the murals are. I should mark them. Did I mark them down? Are they here? Oh, are they at a lower level? Oh, I think they're here. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Oh. What? Why are you a fish? Hold on. I think I just went the wrong way. Yeah. Maybe it's this way. I forget. Maybe it's not even in this temple. Maybe I'm misremembering. I could be misremembering. Dotori is just misunderstood. No, I don't think Dotori is... Okay, so, like... I want to be clear about something. There's a difference between being a villain and being a bad person. Okay? I feel like that's an important thing to notice, or to note. I feel like it's this way, but, like, I'm dumb and I didn't mark it on my map. Because, again, I'm kind of dumb. Oh, it might be this way. This might be right. This might be right. Or it might not be. We'll see. I could just get lost in here for a while. That might be what we do. Oh, wait. No. This might be the right way. It might be in here. There might be a faster way to do this. But I've forgotten. It's been a hot minute. Contrary to popular belief, I don't spend a lot of time down here. I'm gonna find it. Maybe I should just consult a thing. I should probably just consult a, I should probably just consult a map. Like a proper map. I don't know where it is. Why can I never find the thing? Does anyone know where the mural room is? I swear I marked it down, but I don't remember how to get there. Is it in this one? What? Why can't I label my pins? I I swear it's down here. I swear I had an easy way to get here, but I haven't had to come here for a while. I wanted to show you guys something fun. Actually, wait, what screen are you guys looking at right now? Because I had to set this to desktop in order for things to show up. And my game might not actually be displaying for you. Wait, you can label the pins? Have I been spending this whole time not labeling pins when you could actually label the pins? Ah, I found it! It was here! Aha! I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew it was in here somewhere. Okay. Okay, so. We're gonna climb a wall. I want you guys to look at something. Oh my god. Shannon, please. I want you guys to look at something. Okay. This is Deshret. Okay? This is Deshret. This is a depiction of Deshret. Now, I'm gonna go find a thingy. Hold on. That's really big. I want you to look at this. HoYoverse has one idea. Literally one idea. Okay? This is a spaceship known as Brilliant Covenant. And I'm starting to suspect that this thing over on the left is not actually Deshret, but actually a spaceship. Because we're going the sci-fi route in Genshin. Like, it's just gonna happen. That's how we're going, right? Now, here's the thing. This spaceship was operated by Auto Apocalypse. Okay? This thing was operated by Auto Apocalypse. And he liked to blow things up. And as far as I know, he was also fighting against the Abyssal forces in Hokai Gakuen. He does the same thing in Honkai Impact. He's trying to find a way to get rid of the Honkai to a degree. It's his secondary aim. He doesn't go about it in the best of ways, for sure, because he's a very selfish individual. That's part of his character. And it does make him an antagonist, and also a person who does some really horrible things, which is actually what makes him an interesting character, I gotta say. So, when you start digging through this, especially the Hokai Gakuen version of Auto, you start to notice some parallels. And I don't think that this is just an accident or them being like, yeah, we're just going to take some, you know, little references here or there. I actually think they're going to remix this. And I really do think they're working on an Auto-esque version of Deshret. I don't necessarily think that means Deshret suddenly becomes super important and he's gonna be like the endgame villain or the primordial. I don't necessarily think that, okay? Like, that's not where I'm going with this. The point I'm trying to make with this is more about what Otto's purpose in the story was and what Deshret's purpose in his story was and what we're supposed to learn from both of them in the relationship between the world, right? So, where was I going with this? I had a point I was going to make. I have forgotten my point. Oh no. Oh, I forgot my point. Oh well. I guess it is what it is. Oh, right. No, I remember. Okay, so in the desert, there are a bunch of references to Zoroastrianism because, I mean, Sumeru as a whole is very Zoroastrian based. Now, a lot of the Zoroastrian references, though, are specifically specifically in the desert and in relation to things that have to do with Deshret, obviously. The thing is, HoYoverse likes to link some Zoroastrian things to Otto specifically, especially the paper called Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which I guess it's more of an essay. Now, this isn't actually a part of Zoroastrianism, by the way. Zarathustra is, Thus Spoke Zarathustra is actually an essay written by Friedrich Nietzsche. I'm gonna butcher his pronunciation. German is not my thing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be official here. this is where it kind of gets fun. I want you to take a look at something, because first off, take a look at the name of the Immernachtreich Apocalypse. For one, they literally call it the Apocalypse, and they spell it with a K, which is again how they spell Otto Apocalypse's name. I understand that you can spell it with a K in some methods of English, but generally it's spelled with a C. Okay, so when they spell it with a K and a Y, there's usually probably an intention for that. So first off, Immernachtreich Apocalypse is spelled like this. If you look again at the Immernachtreich stuff, this is from this is just like a summary of all of the characters that are in Fischl's story, which I'm bringing up because one of the characters in Fischl's story is Zarathustra, which is a philosopher. Now, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, again, paper written by Friedrich Nietzsche, but Zarathustra is also a Zoroastrian prophet. That's how he's written, okay? And Otto's magnum opus, like the end of his story, is called Thus Spoke Apocalypse. And if we look here, it basically says that his role in the story is unclear, but what it does say in Flowers for Princess Fischl is that in one causality, Zarathustra manages to gain control over the will of the world, which is essentially what the Descender is supposed to do. Now, Arya here in Hokai Gakuen is the Stigmata Terminal. She's basically the one that's controlling the whole worldwide experiment that resets it all the time. And it just so happens that Otto at one point does get custody, not proper custody, but like he takes control of the Stigmata Terminal, which is this. This is the Stigmata Terminal. That's what she's called, basically. Her name is Alaya or Aliyah or Arya, depending on how you Romanize it. But he takes control of it at one point in order to try and control the world. And when you think about Deshret trying to fight Celestia in order to take back the world for humanity, to make humans the king of kings, like all of the little pieces start to feel a lot more intentional. And I'm not entirely willing to go into the full depth and breadth of Fischl's lore right now in order to make all of this work. But I will point out that Otto is a blonde-haired, green-eyed dude. And Fischl is a blonde-haired, green-eyed girl. And I know that the actual Prinzessin is supposed to have red eyes at one point, but I do find this quite an interesting relationship. What if Princess Fischl is just Fanes? I think it would be a little tricky because Fischl is supposed to be a story that takes place 500 years ago in Conry. Oh, about 600 years ago, it says. It stated that Fischl first descended on the world during the time of chaos, 600 years before the era of the saints. The era of the saints should have been the Archons, if you're going to relate it to Tevat. So that should have been 600 years ago, 100 years before the Conrian Cataclysm. So anyway, I don't really know how to string this together into one cohesive story or theory, even. I think it's so complicated to explain, because I have to explain, like, the lore of multiple games and the motivations of everybody and those things. But I just want you guys to be aware of this stuff. because they are remixing old ideas and they're doing it in cool ways. And it doesn't mean that they're going to manifest exactly the same way, but I think it's still interesting and that there's some stuff that we can glean thematically from the connections that they're drawing. Right? Anyway. Remember that Fischl's a playable character in Honkai Impact? Yeah. I mean, there's that too. I mean, but she was picked along Kaching. So if you want to argue that Fischl is like really super hyper important enough to be like put into Honkai Impact, then you kind of have to also argue for Kaching. But I think there's a skin for a character. I can't remember which one it is, but in Honkai Impact that's very similar to Fischl's outfit. I just can't remember which one it is. Anyway, I got really distracted. Do I think Gosoisthoth will be an abyssal waifu or an actual monster? I think they'll be both. I don't know why we gotta have those things be separate. I mean, think about it this way. Why can't you have waifu on the top and monster on the bottom? Yeah. Given Kryos Gold, thank you for the super. Given who the HoYoverse Cthulhu is, would you think it's a stretch to compare Ether and Lumine to Starspawn, like they are living stars? I think that's probably pretty accurate, honestly. Oh, my thing turned off. I think that would be a pretty safe bet, honestly. Okay, I gotta scroll back up because I'm way behind. Anyway, I just wanted to share that little bit because this version of Deshret haunts me because he looks like a crystal fly. And so does Brilliant Covenant. Okay, we're going back to Natlan. We can leave the desert now. That was my one obligatory Deshret moment. I'm gonna go back to struggling to figure out where all of my remaining treasure chests are here. Am I talking about the Rita Rosemary? Oh, I might be. I might be talking about Rita Rosemary. It might be that one. Yeah, okay, I think it is this one because this is the one that appears on that one screen that Otto was looking at that had Dvalin on it. That people confuse for official all the time. I think it's this one. I don't see it mentioned here, but that might not be a big deal though. Okay, I gotta catch up on supers because like it's starting to get late and I am super behind and please stop sending me these. Please stop sending me these. Drake Worm. Interesting. Thank you for your super. I'm sorry it's taken a while. I remember when you sent this and I saw it. I'm just like, okay, we'll come back to this soon enough. And then now it's been like an hour. I hope you're still here. But thank you. Honestly, the Mimi Flora with its 6 petals looks like an angel with 6 wings, same as the Wyab. Yes. This is kind of why I'm like, I think the Abyss and like the Abyssal Power and the Phlogiston are kind of like two sides of the same coin. It's just another reason. There's too many things that they have in common. Too many overlaps. I really, really think that whole shadow side of light thing is gonna hold a lot more water than expected. That's my take on that for sure. But yeah, Mimi Flora. I thought that was so cool. I like how they're finally acknowledging the tree-like world stuff too. I honestly wasn't sure they were going to for Genshin. I thought they were just gonna kind of like leave it to Irminsul and call it a day. I didn't mean to go this way. But what about your elements energy theory? that doesn't get negated from that. Elements are still energy. But energy takes a lot of forms, right? Like, you can't just say, like, when you say something is energy, you have to specify what kind of energy. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of different kinds of energy. Okay, maybe this wasn't where I was supposed to go. I think I went to go somewhere else. That's okay. Why can't we go yell at the angel to make her explain more things? I know! It was the same thing. You know, we still haven't asked Venti anything. Like, we've been saying for forever that we're gonna go ask Venti stuff, and then we just haven't. It's so strange. Is pure elemental power also made out of phlogiston? I don't know. I mean, I think it is, yes. But it's kind of... The Lord of the Night kind of worded it vaguely, so, like, it's still technically theory territory. It's just that, like, I think it's very, like... Where am I going? I think it's very likely. Where am I going? Oh, I think I wanted to go over here. Whee! Hey, look! A CD! Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, okay. Well. I guess that's useful. What do you say? I bet I haven't read this. Oh, okay. This is a note from, what's her name? That's a note from what's her name? The one who took us to the Sky Island. I bet there's stuff in here that I haven't found yet. I mean, there might not be, but I guess we'll find out. Oh my god, Grass, thank you for this super. The sages always like to say the sky's the limit, which is probably why they expelled people from the academia. Is that in relation to Dottore? Is that when you posted that? That's funny. Oh, see? There is one! Ha ha! I ain't crazy. How did I miss this? Oh my goodness. Oh, there's another one! Hot damn! I'm slacking. Man. Do I have an Instagram? I want to make... I can't see what that says. I want to make fan art, but I don't have a Discord. I do not have any social media presence outside of YouTube. I used to have a Twitter, but Twitter is a piece of flaming pile of poop. So I got rid of my Twitter. And I've decided I don't want to do social media. Because it's better for my brain if I don't. Have I opened the tribal spaces already? I have, yes. I have opened all of the tribal spaces. Finally. I'm just, you know, cleaning up. Because that's what happens. You gotta clean up. You gotta get all the residuals. And I don't like to use a guide. Because it feels like cheating. I mean, it's not cheating. I think it's fine to use a guide. I just don't want to. Also, I don't have the patience for it. I didn't even use a guide for the Aranaras. I'm that stubborn. What? Where did... Oh, it's over there. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. This place is so cool. I love the lava zones. They're so much fun. Wait, is that a... Is... Oh... Apparently, I've missed a whole Oculus down here. Well, alright then. Is it up or down? Looks like it's down. Okay. Well? Yeah, okay. Oh, can you get out of the lava, please? That'd be great. Thank you. Okay. This has been a very effective trip. White Kaneko, thank you for your super. I think it's possible now. Shades being 3 sisters, possible after 5.1. A Moonlight Bamboo Forest. So maybe Renova's ironically dead? You think Renova's dead? What would make you think Renova's dead? Is it because she's the Shade of Death? I don't think I understand the question, actually. I'm thinking about it. I don't know that I understand it. I'll read that again. I think it's possible now, the Shades being 3 sisters, and that it's plausible after 5.1, and Moonlight Bamboo Forest. I'm not quite sure where the Moonlight Bamboo Forest comes in. Is it because there's like that spirit who with yellow eyes who's like older than the moons or something? Is that why? You think it's because the 2 corpses of the Moon Sisters? I mean, that would be reasonable. Can you guys stop attacking me for like 5 minutes? That'd be great. This is further down. Okay, I think I have to just go further in. We just gotta keep on going. The ruler of death is I mean, I think it would make sense if the ruler of death was dead. If you think about it, it's kind of silly if you're in the realm of the dead, but you're living. But then you kind of have to be like, well, what is life then? Then it's too philosophical for me. Whee! I'm playing a very dangerous game with my HP here. How about undead? It is actually interesting when you think about it, though, because, like, if you're a ruler of death, does that just make you, like, immortal? Like, can you not die? Or are you, like, in a cycle of always dying? The more I think about it, the more interesting the idea is. I don't know what to do with that. Did I do the 5.1 Archon Quest? I assume you did because the Traveler has new voice lines. Yeah, I know they have new voice lines, but like, Traveler's voice lines rarely say anything interesting. There's like a couple of instances here and there where they're like, sort of interesting. There needs to be like a better way to navigate their voice lines. They have too many. You could look at the Hersher of Death and Rebirth for that one. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna reuse Zila though. I mean, they could. I mean, yeah, there are some things. Oh, this is where the phlogiston painting thing came from. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for this the other day. I couldn't find it. It was a voice line. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, Kono, thank you for the super. I will not stop. Well, that's like, that's weirdly ominous. Please stop. Also, thank you so much. I like how you're making a super just to be like, no, I reject your request. I will replace it with my own free will. Did you know that they've done experiments to see if free will is like a thing? Like, that wasn't actually the goal of the experiment, but like the result of the experiment was them trying to figure out whether or not like free will was a thing. There's like this very controversial old treatment for epilepsy, which involved cutting the connection between different lobes of the brain. And it sparked this massive debate about whether or not free will was real. Because when the two halves of the brain, like, you can actually function pretty much just fine with your two lobes of the brain disconnected. But like, what was happening is like sometimes they would see something and then one of their hands would start doing something and they wouldn't know why their hand was doing that, because like the two different halves of their brain were processing two different things, but they couldn't actually communicate with each other. So the result ended up feeling like there were two people inside of the brain that like had their radios disconnected. It was very interesting incidental study, for lack of a better term. Okay, I think we're done in here. Very interesting. I think the most interesting part of it was they were talking about this one guy who was having a hard time wearing button-down shirts because he would have he had to use both hands to button his shirt, right? But he would like button the shirt with his left hand because he couldn't really control both hands at once. But then his right hand would come along behind his left hand and then unbutton the buttons that the left hand had just done. But they were doing them independently and he couldn't stop the right hand from doing it. It was so wild. It really made you question about like how the brain really functions. Noxus, thank you for the super. Keep sending super so she streams again. Dude, like, I'm gonna stream again anyway. I just get really distracted. I've been built. Okay. The real reason I haven't streamed recently is because not only did I get addicted to Metaphor, and I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So I will stop my addiction soon. I'm almost done. I'm on like the final stretch. Oh, I'm so close to being done. I bet the last one is like one of those coin things. I bet. Okay, so I was addicted to Metaphor. But the other thing is I'm trying to finish up some home renovation projects before winter sets in. And so I was like, okay, I should really refinish the floor in the mudroom so that it's not like uneven. And I figured, well, I could just take a hand planer to the planks there and like try to re-level them. But every time I tried to re-level them with the hand planer, it just did not work. And I got so frustrated that I spent the afternoon just ripping up all the floorboards. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna replace the whole floor. I'm just gonna do the whole floor over again. And so I was gonna do that. And then I went on Craigslist and I found this guy. He was selling like a bunch of laminate flooring for like super cheap because his son was planning to use it to retrofit a van to go to Honduras. And the only way he could talk him out of it was to like buy the van and all the materials that he had bought. So he was like, here, take this. So I did. And so then I spent like another whole afternoon like doing all of the laminate flooring. And then I was like, well, if I'm going to do the laminate flooring, I should just like finish the walls because the walls are all exposed. So I was doing a wiring project. So I'm almost done. I have one more wall to go and then I'm done. Do I have ADHD? I don't know. I don't think so. But I've been told that if caffeine doesn't work on you, it's a symptom of ADHD, and caffeine doesn't work on me. So it's possible. I'm not diagnosed, though. I'm just very impulsive. Very impulsive, I'm gonna wing it kind of energy. Yeah. Fun fact. I know you're saying Ashikaze moment as kind of ironically, but I actually did study architecture for a few months the first time I went to college. I say the first time because I went for like half a year and then I dropped out and then I took a year off and then I went back. But I was actually studying architecture before I swapped disciplines. And actually, I don't really post much about my life updates. But some of you might know that I was a web developer for a really long time, and I've only just retired from web development. I'm not retired. I'm just retiring from web development. And then I was like, I'm going to do YouTube as like my primary thing for a year while I figure out what the next steps are. And I decided recently that I'm going to become a general contractor. And if you don't know what that is, that's basically someone who does handyman services. So if you have light fixtures that need swapping out, if there's something wrong with your house, you're getting new flooring put in, new walls, whatever, getting a new oven, cooktop kind of thing installed, propane fixes, all that kind of stuff. That's what a general contractor does. That's what I'm going to do starting in the spring. So, yeah. Another reason I'm trying to figure out my content creation schedule to make it a bit more friendly to my time. So there's that. I like building things. Anyway. That symbol I showed earlier is also part of Fischl's outfit. It's the bow around her neck and was used as the skill icon for her in Honkai Impact. Oh, yeah. That's right. I knew I had seen it somewhere before. Okay, it's actually easier if we just go into the menu and zoom in. There we go. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like there are reasons to connect the whole Fischl stuff to Otto. I'm not. It's not to say that Fischl is Otto or that they're related in any sort of way, like that way. But it's important to note that in her story, like in the Shattered Halberd, if you read that one, Fischl is the daughter of another entity, like the Celestial. I think she's the daughter of the Celestial Emperor is what they call him. So if anything, it would make more sense for the Otto equivalent to be the Celestial Emperor and Fischl to be a creation of sorts. But like the connection is still there. But yeah, but thank you very much for both supers. Thank you. I didn't even see that. I keep my thing keeps jumping, so I'm sorry. I didn't skip anybody. I'm just my chat keeps jumping and I lose my place and then I end up skipping around accidentally. Blue Thunder, thank you for your super chat. I don't know if you meant to do that first one, but thank you for both of them. Greatly appreciated. It says Gamer Chronicles has a theory that the sovereigns are the children of the permanents. Oh, like Long the Permanents? That's plausible. We don't know much about Long, to be honest. So, I mean, I think basically anything's good with him. Especially if you want to go the Vidyadhara. Okay, so the thing about the Long is like Long Scions, some of them are the Vidyadhara, right? The thing about the Vidyadharas, they're like super connected to lotuses. And I was thinking about this the other day and I was just like, you know, if you look at the old Skybox theories for Genshin, the sky itself did look like it was lotus shaped. Like it made that mandala pattern that looks like lotus petals. And I was starting to think, hey, you know, a whole lotus, like if you include the flowers and the stem with all the seeds in it and everything, getting tethered into the water, like it actually resembles that thing we talked about earlier, the Abrahamic world structure, where you have the firmament and then you have like the earth and the pillars and everything. And then so like inside of the earth section, so like the base of the lotus, actually here, let's bring up a whole lotus. I'm gonna bring up a whole lotus so you can see what I'm talking about, because I just realized that this is probably gonna be like, it's gonna sound really weird if I don't. I want like the full anatomy of a lotus. All right, so I was thinking about it this way. like you see how like lotuses, when their petals drop, like they turn into this with the seeds and everything. I was like, well, what if this is like considered the Sheol, like inside of here, all of those seeds waiting to be planted and sprouted into new life? And then like the firmament is the petals that goes around the world, and then everything else is inside of that. And like that's very Vidyadhara core. If you wander around the ocean thingy. Yeah. I was thinking of it this way. Yeah, like this. I was thinking of the anatomy this way. Boreas, thank you for the super. What's my favorite animal? Is it Deshrat? Oh, are you just Sino, or are you just happy to sign me? That was bad. That worked better in my head. I thought I could make a see me joke out of Sino, and it didn't work. Anyway, that was a good pun. Damn, that thing went far. Wait, how far can this thing get? How far can this thing get shot? Look at it go. Woohoo! Damn. That thing goes far, man. When someone asks you to make a bad pun, just sigh no. I like how he had pudding. If you guys did the event, I love how he had pudding prepared just to make the proof is in the pudding joke. That was funny. You have to be next level cringe to do that. He's so ready for fatherhood, it's not even funny. Do I think the Traveler will die and get resurrected back in Natlan 5.2 and 5.3? Because 5.2 might not be an Archon Quest. And also, fun fact, go to the Cryo Gemstone and read the description. It's weird. Yeah, I know. It talks about burning away the old world and that kind of stuff. I think it's realistic, honestly. Because, like, if you think of fire as being a purification transitional stage, it does make sense. I just forget where the hell things are kept. Gemstones are in here, right? Oh, I don't have the whole thing. That doesn't matter. It's the same on all of them. I don't have any made. Sorry. He has Kali. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, okay, that's true. I guess he's just ascended to next level dadhood. Aww. Berry Bread, thank you for the super. Happy to catch a stream. Also, when I first saw the fairy Gallica in Metaphor, my first thought was, wait, it's Ashika. You know what? Valid. Valid. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. If you guys don't... Okay. If you guys haven't played Metaphor... If you guys haven't played Metaphor, this is Gallica. So this is what they're talking about when they say, hey, look, it's Ashikai. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Gallica's a better person than me, though. Gallica's a much better person than me. She's very sweet. Gotta play Ys. Oh, that's fair. Ys is a good game. Ys is a very good game. All right, I'm on it. I don't know where my last like 1% is. I'll probably find it on accident eventually. It's probably like some little mini puzzle thing somewhere, or I've missed a time trial. Oh, I wonder if I haven't gotten SS on a on one of the Holosaur trial things. Am I talking about YS? Yeah, it's pronounced Ys. Not pronounced Ys. It's pronounced Ys. I'm not missing a ring anymore. I found my last piece. You know where it was? You know where my last piece was? My last piece of the ring? It was inside the ancestral temple. Inside, right over here. It was down in here on the very, very bottom level. There was a hidden exquisite chest and it was in there. Yeah. That's where it is. Cirrus Gold 7, thank you for the super. With all the computer analogies in reference to Irminsul, Natlan is like a Linux partition on a Windows PC. It works with some compatibility issues. That is not a bad metaphor, actually. A safe little quarantine zone, you know, on a virus-infected computer. I mean, that's probably a pretty apt description of what's going on. Maybe the whole thing isn't technically a computer. Like, I don't think everything's like a perfect simulation or whatever. I don't subscribe to that theory. It's plausible. It's just I don't subscribe to it because I don't like it. I keep going back and forth between the same place because I am directionally challenged, apparently. I'm not gonna find the last thing either. I know I'm not. Not tonight. But I do like the idea of like, hey, this computer server is infected with viruses, and the only way to preserve your data is to quarantine it, so that all of this other stuff can get taken care of. Or maybe it'll never get taken care of. Who knows? Roll the dice. I think that's a good metaphor. Actually, it's kind of funny because in Zenless, they're doing something similar where the ether is almost like data corruption. Like you could corrupt your own genetic code, for example. Like the ether would make that plausible. Which would mean that the ether like just contains raw data. So like it is quite likely that Hoyo will do the similar thing here. They like to do that. Gelidne, I don't know if that's how you say that, but thank you very much for your super. Hello, love your videos. Just finished the last... Oh boy. And that's... the tribal quest. Are you... Okay, you just finished the tribal quest. Are you talking about Shilinen's quest? With the name engraving? Cause, yeah, that might be one of my favorite quests in, like, story quests in the game. Not my favorite quest, but, like, my favorite story quest. I'm pretty sure that's... Oh, hey, look. Oh, there it is. I think it's my favorite story quest in the game right now. Cause, like... Okay. If I have one gripe, though... The mother's voice actor? I don't know what happened with her. Cause she did not emote at all. There's like no emotion in her voice. And that is such an emotional quest that there was this weird dissonance. At least in English. In English, I did not... Yeah, yeah. Oh. Is that what I was supposed to do this whole time? Well then. Yeah, I think that's my only complaint about the quest. And if that's my only complaint, then, I mean, they're doing pretty good. You saw the CN version and didn't like that performance. JP was much better. I've heard, yeah. I checked the CN and JP to see if, like, was this what they were going for? Yeah, the EN, she doesn't emote at all. And it's kind of unfortunate because it really does take you out. Is it 100%? It is not 100%. Okay, I am still missing something. Don't know what it is, but we're still missing something. Those symbols look like witch hats? Yes. Yes, they do. Isn't that interesting? I love the Monotus. The Monotus are great. They're my favorite little things, I think. I think I like them more than the Aranara. I mean, I love the Aranara, don't get me wrong, but like the Monotus are just so cute. They're so cute. I love them a lot. I love them a lot. And Ian almost felt like an AI voice. Yeah, it was about that level. It was really unfortunate, but... JC, thank you for the super. Do you think Xbalanque will end up being playable? No. No, I think hopes are dashed on that. Let me add a caveat to that. I think... How do I word this? I'm gonna choose my words carefully here. I don't think Xbalanque will be playable. Oh, hey, look, there's a time trial. How fortuitous. I don't think Xbalanque will be playable as his own individual character. I think it's feasible that the spirit of Xbalanque either merges with the Pyro Sovereign that comes back and either does become playable or just becomes a recurring character, or the spirit of Xbalanque comes back and possesses somebody else, like maybe Capitano. I think something like that is possible. I don't see them making him playable right now. I'll be surprised if they do. I'm looking for a Koholosaur. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate to say, but like you're right in that it does not feel like a playable character's voice, like the voice actor. That does play a rather big role in whether or not I think he'll be playable. At least in English. It could be that the voice actor strike has made it a little difficult to get the casting that they wanted. But I kind of feel like if they were gonna cast somebody, they would have casted somebody and then they would have just had them not be voiced in the quest. You know, like I feel like that would have been more likely. So I think we're kind of not going to see that, which is why I said, like, I think it's possible that we might see a spirit of Xbalanque merge with something instead. I'm just not convinced that he himself will be playable as is. This might be my final jest, my 100%. Is it gonna be? Do we have a 100% in Natlan? Oops. No! Aw, man. I missed the last one. No. No. Damn it. I guess we gotta do it again. That's unfortunate. Eli Me, thank you for the super. When do you think Skirk will be playable? Oh, Conria. I don't think she'll be playable before then. Oh god, what the heck? They got me out of the Koholosaur. I don't think she'll be playable before Conria. I really don't. The thing is how do I put this? How do I put this? She has a similar vibe to Dainsliff in that I don't know that right now she can have an element. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what element to give her. So I feel like the only way she becomes playable is if she has some sort of new element of sorts, or she gains some sort of elemental power that she can use, or there has to be some kind of gimmick, and I feel like there would need to be some sort of explanation for why that would happen. And I just don't see that happening for a long time. And I don't think it'll happen in Natlan, because there's really no reason for her to show up in Natlan. So I don't know why it would happen here. And then Snezhnaya, I feel like, because we've only met like half the Harbingers so far, I feel like the other half, like half of Snezhnaya's playable cast is going to be Harbingers. That's my feeling on it. And because I think half of... Oh, I got it. Oh, yay! I thought I missed it again. And because, like, I think we still have half the Harbingers to go, I'm pretty sure, like, half of Snezhnaya's playable cast is gonna be Harbingers, right? And because of that, I don't think we're gonna get Skirk in Snezhnaya. And the only thing that would come after Snezhnaya is either Conria and or Celestia. You know what I mean? And according to Travail, it should be Conria. Do I think Dottore will die? I mean, he's already died, technically. A bunch of times. Real question, will Puccinell be playable? Yes, and he'll have a model-like Klee, but with a mustache. Listen, it's gonna happen. This is gonna happen. It's gonna be super funny. Did you get your super about Columbina? It was a few hours ago. What? No. Hold on. Let me scroll back. I'm scrolling. No. I don't have a super in here from about Columbina. Wait. Hold on. Oh no, I lost it. Where'd it go? Where the heck did it go? Am I blind? Someone just asked me about a missing super and now I can't find them in the chat. What happened? Where'd they go? Am I just being very dyslexic late at night? Oh, there it is. Oni. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go look. Huh, I marked this as red, but I didn't actually respond to it. I'm sorry. I think I marked it as red on accident. Oh, Oni, I'm sorry. I'm glad you said something. I didn't mean to skip you. Dang it. I was doing so good. I was using the new heart feature to keep track of which ones I was talking about so I didn't lose it. There's always something. I always miss something. Anyway, I see it now. It says, did the mention of Seele's angels respark any Columbina theories, specifically ignoring the rest of the Lord of the Night interaction? I think it just kind of confirmed that she's most likely a Seele. Like, for me, that's kind of what it was for the Columbina thing. I was like, oh, okay. So 2 things about her. One, she is most likely... I say that. I do think that we stand a good possibility of meeting Columbina in Natlan at this point. I think if we meet any other Harbinger besides Capitano, it'll be Columbina. And the thing is in every nation so far, we've met 2 Harbingers. At least. With the exception of Mondstadt, but I kind of don't count Mondstadt because Mondstadt's a prologue. So, but Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru, and Fontaine, we had 2 harbingers in all of them, right? I mean, some of them are repeats, sure, but that's not really a problem, is it? Not really a problem for it to be a repeat. Did I get 100%? Are we at 100%? Yeah, we are. Woohoo! I'm done. Cool. So the fact that we only have Capitano right now is kind of suspicious to me. I feel like there's another harbinger that needs to make an appearance, and she just seems like the best candidate. And one of the other reasons for this, hold on. Let's go back here for a second. Hold on. I want to show you guys something, which you're probably aware of, but a visual is just helpful. Okay, so it annoys me when I can't zoom in. Okay, so this is the Fatui constellation wheel. There is a distinct pattern in what's been happening, okay? So basically, all of the harbingers on the right-hand side here, starting with Child down here, are in the order that we fight them. So we fought Child first, then we fought Senora, then we fought Wanderer, then we fought Arlecchino, and then look who's next. A crying dove. So the way I see it, either Capitano is a crying dove, which seems weird to me, given that Columbina is named after a pigeon or a dove. Pigeons and doves are the same thing. So she should be the thing that we fight next. You know what I mean? And then after that, we have 3 nails. And I've been speculating for a long time that the 3 nails is most likely Capitano. And if that's not him, then I think this hand is his. It's one of the 2, and I go back and forth on which 2 I think it is. But you'll notice that, like, we haven't really fought anyone on this other side. And we haven't even met some of the ones on this other side. Like, we've only seen them in the trailer. 3 nails because he's Jesus. I think 3 nails because he's a martyr. I think it's more martyry kind of thing. Because, like, he sacrificed himself for Conria, sacrificed himself for Natlan. He might actually do it again. You know. Dove looks like a heart. Capitano has a heart design on his chest. Yeah, so there is a distinct possibility that he is a heart. Like, he is, like, the bird, the crying dove. And I forget the reason why I went down that road. Because, like, I was really worried they might do a Christopher Columba joke. Like Columbus, because Column means dove, same as Columbina. And I was really worried they were going to go that way with Capitano, and it doesn't look like he will. There was another rationale for the dove being his, though, and I think it's Laughing Man who made a theory about it. It's not my theory. Like, I'm not related to it. I just remember talking to him about it after he made a video on it. It's a good theory, by the way. I think he was rationalizing this constellation as being Capitanos too, but either way, I do think that this is a promising sign, because if this is Capitano for some reason, if they do swap them, like swap expectations, I should say, nails do make sense to a degree for Columbina, because I don't know, I feel like celestial nails, maybe angels nails, kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's a looser connection, but I feel like it's still believable. You know what I mean? He does have Conria souls inside of him. Yeah. What if the Harbingers are local legends of Shneznaya? That'd be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. But anyway, yeah, so... Is the hand holding an ancient name? Are you talking about Arlecchino's hand? No, she has a hand of glory. Any thoughts on Cloran's master? No, I don't have any thoughts on her. I mean, she seems like a pretty throwaway character, I think. Hey, look at the winged crystal-like symbol. What do you mean? Are you talking about the thing on the left? Are you talking about this thing over here? Oh, shoot, what's this thing called? I forget. Friggin'... I know its name. I can't remember it right now. This thing. Globus Cruciger. That thing. Yeah. This thing. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. No, not heresy. Bottom right? Wait, what are you talking about, winged thing? That's Senora's moth. This is Senora's moth. I don't, what's the white symbol? Who? I think you're just giving me shit. Like a living gnosis? Who has the plague mask? I mean, we're pretty sure the plague mask is Dottore at this point because it matches his shoulder pauldron. Do you think Arlecchino just spawned, or she had actual parents? I'm still on the time dilation thing between Conria and Tevat, so like I think it's possible she passed through like a little time portal of sorts. Same with Kaya. I think that's possible too. Boris 451, thank you for this super. Any thoughts on the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs having relations to Natlan? Also, for real now, what's your favorite animal? I like dogs and most canines. I like foxes. I like foxes and dogs. I'm very simple. Nah, that's about it. Any thoughts on the impact here? I think the crater thing actually has a lot of weight in Natlan, and I do think they're going to do something interesting with it because Mahuika, as a deity, right? As the deity actually has an impact crater named after her. So, hey, look, another chest. So I think it's not a mistake. I think it was very intentional for them to choose that particular deity to reference with her, because she also has an impact crater named after her. So I think, you know, it's possible that the Mare Javari is a impact crater of sorts. I think that would be quite likely. I can't wait to go there. I really want to go to the volcano, though. That thing looks like fun to climb. Everyone and their mother's gonna wish they had Shalonen when they go to the volcano, though. Look at the vertical on that thing. This is gonna be like Dragon Spine, but like Pyro Edition. It's gonna be great. Columbina gonna be... Okay, so here's the other thing about Columbina, okay? There are some things about Columbina that make me think that she has Mesoamerican influences, and I can't really put it into words. I don't know. I don't know how to... I don't know how to verbalize the vibe I have. Verbalizing vibes is hard. Where's the thing? here. Okay. I was looking at this thing. I don't know. I was wondering if this could potentially be the boss drop from our next weekly boss. I mean, like, obviously it is. It obviously is. But I was wondering if this could be one of Columbina's. But we just had a Harbinger fight. And we seem to be alternating between Harbingers and Dragons. So I kind of feel like a dragon is next. I don't know. Looks like Mahuika's zipper. If her zipper's made of stone. Shall we fought in Leeway? Yeah. She'll fight a dove in Natlan and the Nailcon and Shnezhnaya. Isn't it weird that Mondstadt is not included? Mondstadt isn't included because Mondstadt is the prologue. So we had Andreas and then we had Dvalin. So even then, we're still alternating between dragons. I think the one that breaks the pattern is Raiden Shogun, but I can make a case that the Shogun is draconic. I won't, but I can. But it just makes sense that we don't have one in Inazuma, like a dragon fight in Inazuma, because there just isn't an Electro Sovereign right now to fight. So, you know. Think we're going back to Mondstadt? Oh, yeah. You know, I gotta go to bed soon here. So I'm gonna head out shortly. I may do the A as a dragon theory at some point. I've seen some people on Reddit do it. I didn't want to do it until I was like really solidified in my thoughts and that I knew that they were going to be different enough from everybody else's that had been released in the meantime. So we'll see. We'll see. Kumzi, thanks for the 10 gifted. Do you think 5.2 is a filler patch because of VA strike? No, they plan those things months and ahead. I don't think it's a filler. I don't think it's a filler. I forgot what I was saying. I completely lost my train of thought. No other info but the Electro Sovereign. I'm still of the opinion that A might be the Electro Sovereign. I really am. That makes Scara a baby dragon? Yeah, I know. A little baby dragon in a human puppet body. I just think it's plausible. I think it's possible. I know there's some theories also that it might be Kapatsir that's the sovereign. I am 50-50 on that. It seems like a lot of the current quote-unquote confirmation or proof points for Kapatsir being the sovereign is that you can't name the little guy Kapatsir. Like the little Tepetlosaur that we get, our little companion there. You can't name him Tepetlosaur. The thing is you can name the little guy after other dragons. So I don't think the reason why you wouldn't be able to name him Kapatsir is because Kapatsir is the Electro Sovereign. Like, Kapatsir could still be the Electro Sovereign. I just don't think that is a proof point because it's not consistent enough. You know what I mean? Like, you can name him Nibelung. It's like, okay. But I can't name him Kapatsir. Weird. So I think there has to be a reason for that, but... Kairos Gold 7, thanks again for the super crazy theory. Chiori replaced Scaramouche as a harbinger after he altered history, hence my tomato looks like that symbol, secret harbinger Chiori. The reason why the dolls look the same is because they're both wooden They're both the same type of dolls. Wanderer is supposed to be a Kokeshi doll, I think. I think Tomato is, supposed to be a slightly different kind of wooden doll. But similar. Try naming him Orobashi. I mean, I named mine Grendel, so. Remember reading where the island nation of Japan is the corpse of a giant dragon? Like the idea that Inazuma is being the corpse of the electro dragon? I mean, Watatsumi, it looks like a... looks like a dragon. I mean, you can't really see it from here. If you look at Kokomi's, whatchamacallit, constellation, you can actually line it up perfectly with Watatsumi Island. And then the locations where they say this is the eye, the fin, the tail, that kind of stuff, it actually lines up perfectly with her constellation too. So like, I always think of Watatsumi at least as a sleeping dragon. But then there's also this theory that like you can see the shadow of a thunderbird here in Tsurumi. Like you can see the wing right here, and then the head, and then another wing, and then the tail, you know, like there's that. What if you named him Yahweh? I don't know what they did for that. Is Grendel a wartime reference? No! It's a reference to Beowulf! What's wartime? Or Warframe? How much longer? Oh, right. I was gonna sign off. I got distracted. You guys distracted me. Roosevelt. Rosie, hi! I was just I've talked about you a lot today, actually. Talking about you behind your back. Did A cut the sky of Tibet? I don't know. Warframe predates the ancient text. Crazy theory. Renova talked about her fear of death, or talked about fear of death. What if Mahuika succumbs to fear when we visit the Night Kingdom, thus starting a catastrophe, and we will fight Mahuika herself, thus the zipper drop? I mean, it's plausible. It's also possible that we fight her in an arena, to like take the position from her or whatnot, or to become worthy of getting an ancient name or something. I think that's plausible. When she struck down Orobashi, it was said that she cut it. Is that true? I mean, she cut Orobashi in half and she cut a whole island in half. I don't know about the sky. Completely unrelated to Natlan, but do you have any theories about where Eamon eventually came from? No. I mean, he's either a descender or he's like a random person from elsewhere in Mondstadt, or he's a Conrian, which still seems a little unlikely to me, but... Go to bed, it's almost midnight. Yeah, I'll go. I make my own schedule. Anyway, I think I will go, actually. Oh. Hey, look. Stuff. Oh, you know what we're gonna get? Since we're here. Oh, never mind. I thought we were gonna get Nahita's birthday mail, but I guess it's still a little early. Never mind. Not Genshin related with ZZZ video when? And like, give me a couple more days. I'm like mid-script. I'm mid-script. I'll put out a ZZZ video this week. Europe already has it? Well, yeah, you're several hours ahead of me. You're like 5 hours ahead. If you've played Breath of Fire... I have played Breath of Fire. I've played a couple of them. Could Capitano be Anfortis Albric? I don't think he's Amfortis, but he could be an Albric. 30 minutes till Nikita's meal. Yeah. Yeah, my dogs are still outside, and they're probably, like, upset with me. Well, they might not be. They like it outside. They think I keep it too warm in here. It's only 68, man. Why is my Ito good? What? How would you know if my Ito's good? Oh, did you look up my Enka? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. We didn't get to talk about the Archon Quest much today, but that's okay. I'm gonna try to stream again. I'm gonna do my ZZZ video this week. Like I said, I'm mid-script for it. It's not gonna be that long. It's just a bunch of small assorted thoughts. And a couple of mini theories. And when I say mini, I do mean mini. They're small. Not gonna be a 40-minute essay, I promise. Promise. So I'm gonna put that out this week. And then I'll likely stream again before I decide on what I'm working on next. Depending on how Nahita's birthday goes, it might be a Genshin video, or it might be a Star Rail video, because maybe I'll finally do the Star Rail video I was planning to do last patch and then didn't. So, yep. Sacrificing the sleep schedule. Don't sacrifice your sleep schedule for this. There's a VOD. You can always go back and watch it later. Always. Sleep is important. Sleep is important. Which means I should go do that. So yeah, I'll do it. We'll hang out again later, some other time. Buttons. I'm gonna see you guys later. Buttons. Hi, buttons. Bye, buttons. You guys are all buttons now. Button mush.